Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the June 24th, 2002 meeting of the Haltom City Council. We welcome those of you who are here in the council chamber as well as those who are watching over HCTV. I'll ask you to join me at this time, and Councilmember Trey Fowler will lead us in the invocation and the pledge to the flag.
Our Heavenly Father, let us thank you for having the opportunity to come together tonight and dictate the things in our city that involve each and every one of us. Let us thank you for the many friends and families that we have in our community and the blessings that you give us with the opportunities to live here. Let's ask you to watch over the Bryant family as the passing of Mr. D.C. Bryant the past week and provide safety and health and happiness for them in the days to come. Let us ask you to give us fair and wise decisions tonight in everything we do. In the Father's name we pray.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to begin tonight by welcoming here to my immediate right Donna Blanchard. Helen Harris, our city secretary, is here tonight. She's out in the audience. She's taking notes. Helen hadn't been feeling too well the last few days, and so Donna's up here to help us with the procedure here at our position. I also want you to take a look at our city manager. Everybody look at our city manager. He got moved in today, or at least the van is here. You want to make any comments regarding that, or you want to just leave well enough alone?
My wife's not very upset because she's home right now with the mover, so she thinks I should be there, but I told her I needed to be here. I'll deal with it when I get home.
Well, the last few months of transition for Mr. Torres cannot help but be stressful with him living up here, his family in Corpus Cove, and we're glad that the process is finally gone through all of the necessary steps, and he's got his household furnishings here, his family is here, and in a few days maybe you can take a deep breath and enjoy Haltom City. Great. We have three presentations to make tonight, and the first one I will be making. It is one that Councilmember Tracy Henderson called to our attention. He noticed in the newspaper a young lady who attends school at North Oaks Middle had ended up in the National Spelling Bee in Washington, D.C. We're very proud of this young lady, and I've asked her to come here tonight, and I have a certificate of achievement I want to present. Joy Yang, if you will join me at the podium, and Mom and little brother, if you will, join us. I saw the word that this young lady had a problem with, and I can understand why. I didn't even know there was such a word. And she spelled it she missed one letter and a big old word that I had never heard of. So Joy, we are very proud of you here in Haltom City for going to the National Spelling Bee Contest in Washington, D.C. Only 250 students nationwide were invited to participate, and Joy was one of those. And we are very honored, and I know your parents are very proud of you. I know the school is very proud of you. And it's my privilege tonight to present this certificate of achievement. I believe this is your mother with you. You want to come to the microphone and tell us your name and tell us your son's name.
My name is Jinhua Yan. This is my son, Jack Jian. I only have two children. My husband is at home now.
I know you're proud of this young lady,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Joy, considerably, Joy Yang. Whereas the 75th Annual Scripps Howard National Spelling Bee was held in Washington, D.C., May the 26th through 31, 2002. And whereas the purpose of the National Spelling Bee is to help students improve their spelling, increase their vocabularies, learn concepts, and develop correct English usage that will help them in all their lives. And whereas the program is open to students who have not reached their 16th birthday on or before the date of the national finals, and who have not passed beyond the 8th grade at the time of their school finals, and whereas the Scripps Howard National Spelling Bee is the nation's largest and longest-running educational promotion administered on a nonprofit basis, now I therefore, Calvin White, Mayor of the City of Haltom City, and on behalf of the Council, do hereby extend our congratulations to Joy Yang, a North Oaks Middle student, for the pride and honor she has brought to our city and the state of Texas by participating in the 75th Annual Scripps Howard National Spelling Bee. So, Joy, thank you very much. Congratulations. Mr. Torres, I believe you're going to introduce the next two presentations.
Mayor, council, and citizens who are watching tonight, the next two items we've placed on this agenda is really for the benefit of all of us for staff to update you on two of the more significant projects that we have ongoing. The first one, agenda item number 2, pertains to the Public Works and the Vehicle Maintenance Facility that has been under design for some months now. I'm going to turn this item over to Chuck Kendrick, our Public Works Director, and he's going to introduce the architect. They're going to present to you some drawings this evening of what we're about to go to bid on, and we'll soon have under construction. Chuck.
In December 2001, the city borrowed about $4.5 million in the form of revenue bonds for the purpose of constructing a new public works and vehicle maintenance facility. These bonds will be repaid by water and sewer revenues over the next several years. In January of this year, we hired Quorum Architects, and tonight I have David Duman and Greg Relier with Quorum Architects to present their facility design to us.
Mayor and Council, we appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight, the opportunity to be working on this project with you. I'm David Duman, also associate with Quorum Architects. This is Greg Relier, and he's helping with design, been helping with design throughout this process. I'm going to let Greg get this presentation started, and the intent is briefly bring you up to date on where we are now and how we got here and where we go from here.
Just recently, we've been reevaluating the master plan for your existing public works building. Right now, you're located on Higgins Lane. This area right here, we're going to be remodeling and building a new building across the street from Hollis Street, the administration building. You've got about a 4.5-acre lot, this area in gray, and we're going to be building 3 buildings. The administration building, the fleet maintenance, and the storage building. Right now you have kind of a few buildings in this general area here. There'll be a phasing plan of 3 different phases of building. First, we'll start with the administration building across the street, where right now it's just a big vacant lot. We'll build about 7,000 square feet of administration, whereas once this is complete, the building where the administration is now across the street will move over here. We can demolish this building and build a fleet maintenance building, which will hold about 12,000 square feet, 8 bays for maintenance with storage and parts and all the above. Behind that, the fleet maintenance building is a fuel island. We've had a number of meetings. We've had 2 meetings with the public to address their concerns on, any problems they may have with this new service center. There's residential neighborhoods behind it and on the east side of the site. So we got their ideas, and their main concern with the service center was a fuel island. They didn't want the fuel island really near their house. So we kept that in mind, and we are going to remodel and reuse the existing fuel island here. We had considered different locations across the street for ease of access throughout the night, should there be a need for that. The fuel island is used by all the city, policemen, firemen, city vehicles, so this will have access 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day should that be needed. Circulation was a big concern. The site's kind of small with only 3 buildings, so we've designed it in such a way that you can come in, come out, day or night, not disturb anybody. There's an existing police space and building above, which we're not doing much to. We're going to have an allowance to remodel, or not remodel, but to paint, clean it up a little bit, and just leave it as is. The city does not own that, so that's not really a part of our design. We've got a storage building in the back where we'll be storing parts, some supplies, and with inclement weather they can kind of build some good things and work inside until or as necessary. There's 2 existing water tanks to the west side of the site. We want to incorporate in our design some aspects of the tanks, so we have some circular elements in our buildings with the same radiuses that kind of help bring out the water tanks. Are there any questions from any?
Go ahead and, if you don't mind, talk about the elevations a little bit, and I'll help you out here, Greg.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, could you move a little bit closer to the microphone so not only our people here, but those who are watching on TV will be able to hear?
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, one of the things, backing up just briefly, one of the most important aspect of the service center design is vehicular circulation, as there are a number of vehicles moving in and around throughout the site all day long, and as Greg mentioned, after hours. Another important factor is the separation of the employee vehicles from the city vehicles. So as you can see on the site plan here, the POV vehicles, or privately owned vehicles, will all be parking and accessing off of Higgins and Hollis Street. The city vehicles will be accessing off of Hollis and Higgins Lane here, but they will go through a security gate. So all of the city vehicles will be confined to the back area. All the privately owned vehicles will be confined to this front area here. So there we've achieved the separation of the privately owned vehicles from the city vehicles. So the public will not have access to the back of the site. It will be a secured site, similar to the way it's set up now. The other important element is a safety zone around the fleet maintenance area. So what we've done is isolated to the best we could the fleet maintenance area all around here. This will be the drive-through fleet maintenance bays. We'll have 6 drive-through bays there. This area here is a staging area for the fleet maintenance. The vehicle circulation and safety zone I was mentioning is around this area. The only duplication of space, and we see that as an efficiency of space, will be this access out here to exit the site. Other than that, thanks, Chuck. Oh, that's good. I got it. Thank you. Other than the duplication of space here, like I say, it's an efficiency of space. We have that, and again, storage building is used for shop and storage of the expensive equipment that the city purchases to keep it out of the elements, as well as storage of the sewer vac truck, which needs to be kept in a heated environment throughout the winter months and overnight. We also will have a wash bay facility over here. So we've achieved separation of spaces, efficient circulation, separation of workspaces, and in separation of functional spaces here. Again, the administration building over here will house all the administrative functions for the entire service center, and we've again achieved separation of public parking from city parking here. We'll have gates here and a secured area over here. This will be used in conjunction and continue to be used in conjunction with the storing of some of the vehicles across Higgins Lane over here. As Greg mentioned, we met with the citizens twice, had 2 public meetings with them to receive their input. One thing that Greg mentioned was location of the fuel island. I know that we have. I was going to say I think we've achieved. Well, I know we have achieved and met their concerns by leaving the fuel island over here behind the building. It's not visible to anyone. The other big concern was landscaping and screening of the entire fleet maintenance facility. The city is set up as it currently is. Your city ordinances will provide that. We've gone above and beyond the requirements of the city ordinances, knowing it was a key concern of the citizens that live in and around the area. So you can see here in concept right now, we have provided you can see the trees, a screening of trees at 25 feet on center as required by your ordinance, additional trees throughout the site, and a solid opaque screening wall continuous around the site, separating the site from the residential area. We also have a screening wall here and here, which will screen from public view driving down Higgins and Hollis any of the activities that occur in here. Again, Greg mentioned one of the key concepts in design that we wanted to add some interest to the entire site was picking up on what was already there with the existing water tanks, the curved shape of there. So in plan view, you can see we've started picking up on both buildings here, the curved shape and again in plan. We've carried that one step further. We've carried that one step further in the elevation, and this is really what we wanted to present in addition to the site plan to you tonight is the materials that we're looking at designing this with. A third concern of the citizens was the appearance of the building and fitting into the residential area. So what we've done is we've used the brick veneer on the administration building to match to keep it residential in scale. We've kept the scale down to single story at the administration building. And on the front of the fleet maintenance where the parts storage is, we sloped the roof down so we have a low point here. So anything accessible or close to the public area and the citizens, we have a low area, brick veneer here and here. Now, to add some interest to the site and to make this to tie the entire site together, although Hollis Street separates it, our goal was as a design element to tie the entire site together. So we've used common materials on both sides of the street. We brought some brick veneer across here to these corners of the fleet maintenance. The same brick will be used at the administration. We also have a single sloping curved roof, which again complements the design of the of the ground storage tanks over there. So the materials that we'll be using on this construction, or at least that we're proposing to you tonight, brick veneer for the entire administration building, part of the brick veneer over the fleet maintenance area, vertical flat seam panels, metal wall panels for the curved areas, which would complement the metal curved of one of the water tanks and the concrete of the other water tanks. And then as a design element, the curved sloping single roof on both the administration building and the fleet maintenance building, which you can see down here. We'll be happy to entertain any questions you have. Chuck, do you want to add anything to that?
Members of the council, questions or comments? Councilmember Williams.
Yes, sir. I attended both of the workshops you had on that, and some of the other council members did as well. And I know that some of the public had some concerns, and I feel like those concerns were met before y'all left on the last evening. Are there any concerns that were brought up that weren't met?
No, sir. Like I said, the three main concerns were all addressed, and I know no other concerns that were brought up. We've addressed them all.
Councilmember Averett.
I have a question more for Chuck than anyone. On the fleet maintenance facility, from the time the existing structure is raised and the new one is constructed, how much time are we looking at there as far as?
He said it was you, Chuck. I'll try to help you out. Based on our experience, and we've done a number of fleet maintenance facilities and service centers, my best guess right now, in order to carry your question one step further, the first phase of construction I estimate to be maybe around 8 months, probably closer to 9 months is what I'm going to guess. 8 to 9 months here. They will move out of the existing facility over onto this site, into this building, onto here. The contractor will then occupy this portion of the site, demo the existing building, and from the time he occupies this site to the time he turns it back over to the city, my guess there would be 10 months. It may happen in 8 months. My concern is the need to share the access with both the contractor and the city. There'll be some phasing that goes on in here with concrete pouring and so on and so forth that makes it out. So I'd say 8 months, 8 to 10 months here, and the third and final phase Here, we're probably 4 to 6 months.
Okay, in the 8 to 10 months that it takes to raise and reconstruct the vehicle, fleet maintenance facility, where are we going to be performing our routine maintenance on our
Oh,
vehicles?
good question. The existing building here right now houses, for the most part, houses administrative functions and shop functions of the service center. The fleet maintenance happens back here in this existing building.
Right.
So they will continue to operate fleet maintenance out of here while this one's being built.
Okay.
Then when this one's built, they'll move into here and then tear down the old shop.
Okay, so this will in no way impair our ability to perform routine. Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Torres, you have a comment you'd like to make on this subject?
No, I think I'm very pleased. I feel like, although I didn't really have anything to do with the layout there, I feel like it's been very well thought through and very well planned. You know, had no criticism of it at all. Compliment you guys for the work that you do.
Thank you. Thank you. We've worked closely with Chuck and Greg and the users out here to get to the point where we are today. So we feel as a whole team, we're satisfied with where we are as well.
Members of the council, any further questions or comments? Well, gentlemen, we want to thank you for what you brought before us tonight. And needless to say, we're very excited here in Haltom City to see dirt start turning and these buildings start coming up. This is state of the art, and that's what we want. And you brought that to us, and this is going to be something all of us throughout Haltom City can be very proud of. And in that particular neighborhood, it will be a tremendous asset. And as we continue to move toward revitalization, this can be a cornerstone in the things we're trying to do throughout Haltom City and in that neighborhood, in that area of town. So I want to compliment you for the work you've done and the product you brought to us tonight. Mr. Kendrick, any further comments? Mr. Torres, item number 3.
The next item, Mayor, pertains to the proposed improvements to the Haltom City Recreation Center. Again, this is a very high-profile project that has been in the works for quite some time. Unlike the last facility that's not typically used by the public, this recreational facility is going to be used extensively by the public and probably even to a much higher degree than it presently is because of the added amenities and facilities that it's going to offer. So I'll just turn this over to George Fowler, our Parks and Rec Director, and he can introduce the item.
Thank you, Richard. Councilmember, Mayor, citizens, I'm going to do a real brief overview. In January 2001, we received a $750,000 matching grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife to help us build or renovate and improve the existing recreation center. Presently, we have a little over 13,000 square feet. We're going to double the size of that, and then I'll let Ron Hobbs tell you about that. We went through, in April of 2001, we entered an agreement with Ron Hobbs Architects to do the architectural work for the recreation center. Since that time, he's been to the park board meetings several times. He's met with the youth groups throughout the city, citizens, and recreation staff numerous times to work out any plans, and understanding that this is going to be a hard project to do because of trying to keep the flow going and trying to get something workable for all the citizens. With that, Ron Hobbs is here with Ron Hobbs Architects and Michael Nagel.
Thank you. Mayor, thanks for letting me have a few minutes here to talk to you about this project. We're at a point in the process where we're just now finishing up the construction documents, meaning that we're just about ready to put the project out for bids. The state of Texas, who has to review the plans before it's officially finished, had been sent drawings, so they're in the process of reviewing the drawings at the moment. And of course, we'll be giving you any comments back that they give to us. But what I just want to take a moment or two and kind of remind you, I guess, what we're doing. I think it would be interesting if everyone in the next month would go to the rec center and just look at what's there, and then come back in about 10 months and see what's there, because what you're going to see is something that you don't recognize. When we finish, you have, as George said, we have over 13,000 square feet, really close to 14,000 in the existing building. We're going to be adding almost the same amount. The total number means that when we finish, you're going to have about 27,000 to 28,000 square feet of space in that new building. And the exciting thing about it is it's not going to be an addition to the existing building and then the old building. It's going to be like a brand new building. The portion of the building that is going to remain intact, probably the closest to what's there, simply because of the sheer size of it, is the gymnasium. The wood floor will pretty much remain. The interior finishes will be reworked. The air conditioning system is going to be reworked, and a new roof is going to be put on the building. Other than that, everything else is going to be brand new. The existing wing that has the classrooms in it, we're basically going to completely rebuild that. That's the most cost-effective method to get quality modern space in there that's both usable and economical to operate. The spaces that we're going to have, we've got two different types of arts and crafts room, a multi-purpose room, an exercise room for aerobics and other types of activities. We have a weight training room, and then we have the existing full-size gym plus basically what amounts to a three-quarter size gym. And George, you want to help me here? Mayor, these drawings that you're seeing are actually the construction documents that will be used to put out for bids. This is the existing gym, the new gym with the entrance. And if you remember the last time we talked about the design and the circulation of this building being such that the children entering the building do not have to go all the way around the building and enter the back side. They can enter either from the west side or now from the southeast side. The building, when it's finished, is going to have some other things besides space that you presently don't have. One of the things that anyone that's been in the building recognizes or has to deal with are the horrendous acoustics that you have. The building was built in, I think, 1964, 66, and at that time recreation centers were built with nothing but hard surfaces on the floors and on the walls. And so if you're trying to have a meeting or a discussion, it's very difficult to do it because you really can't hear people talk. And one of the things that we're making some major improvements in will be the acoustics. So when we're finished, we're going to have, again, a building that is totally new, and it's going to offer things for all age groups of people in the city. And I think that's probably the most exciting thing of all about it. I could go on, but I think for the sake of time, I'll just stop and see if you have any questions.
Gentlemen, any questions? Okay, there being none. Mr. Torres, any comment?
No, we've included copies of drawings in your packet, and they're available for any citizens that may want to take a look at these or take anything home. But it's going to be a very nice facility.
Well, we're really excited about it, anxious to start seeing construction start out there. So, thank you very much.
We had an opportunity to see your CAD presentation
Yes.
A few meetings back, and it's very impressive. And I used the term a moment ago, state-of-the-art, with regard to the other facility. This one is going to be the same thing, something that is going to look nice, it's going to be functional, it's something that we can be very, very proud of and use for many, many years here in Haltom City. Can you tell us when the contract will be let, when the first dirt will turn, and when you feel like you can walk away from this project?
Yes, I can. Our intent right now is to put the project out for bids. We're expecting, and I should kind of preface this by saying we're expecting the approval from the state. And the reason the state is looking at it at this point is to review what we've done in accordance with the grant that you've received. So when the state completes their review, and we're expecting that to be just any time now, the project will go out for bids in August. We're anticipating about a 3 to 3.5 week bid time, receive bids, bring them back to you. We're really, Mayor, we're planning on putting two things out for bids at once. There's some demolition work that needs to be done for removal of some materials in the building, that we don't want to be there when we start construction. And so we'll put that out for bids at the same time, since it's separate contractors that do that type of work. We would anticipate construction starting in September, sometime in September. And one of the things that we still need to do with the staff is discuss some phasing issues of how they want to move and what portions of the building will be used while we're doing others. The building could take anywhere from 10 to 12 months on a short end to maybe 12 to 14 months, depending on the phasing and what areas we tell the contractors they can work in. So I would hope that I can tell you sometime in September that we're looking at 10 months and you'll have a new building.
Thank you. Councilmember Fowler?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for, I guess, possibly our city manager, be the source of this. Looking at these diagrams that we have, I noticed that there's some on the facade of the rec center as well as the public works facility. I don't know if it's color scheming on the blue roofs or not, or have we made an effort to do that with our new public facilities, or is that?
You mean to keep them uniform?
Well, it is somewhat uniform throughout the city. I didn't know if there was an effort made
I
in
can
the
answer.
design of that.
I can answer that if you don't mind. That's purely coincidence at this point. The final color scheme on the recreation center, the drawings that you're seeing, I guess you could say are suggested colors. They're not something that we're ready to say this is what we propose. We will bring the final colors back to the staff and to you for, I would assume, approval at a later date. But I can tell you that the curved element that you see that's blue there, or a shade of blue, we would like, because of recreation activity and kind of the connotations that that has, to have a bright color at that point.
Anything further?
No, I just was curious, since we're having the new fire station that'll be on the I guess eastern end of Broadway. I didn't know if we were going to make an effort towards a commonality of colors or somewhat in architecture.
There really hasn't been a whole lot of discussion along those lines. It's my impression that on the Public Works facility, they have not locked in on absolute colors. Is that correct, Tom? It's still being discussed and some consideration. Previous city I worked, a number of the buildings that we did, we in fact did that. We kept the architecture the same. We used similar colors so people could identify a public facility. Some people liked that, others didn't. So there was a lot of debate on that issue. I'd be interested to hear it from the council, about what your thoughts are. So not necessarily tonight, although maybe, but if not, you might want to send me a memo and kind of express your opinion, because certainly we're at it. We have an opportunity now to make changes to this, and we can change it up a bit. But up to now, it's
I would be very happy to get your comments on that. I really would.
Well, I realized by coincidence, part of the architecture, you go with the rounded areas, same as Public Works facility. I just thought I understand by coincidence, but quite possibly that might be something the citizens might have input on also. Maybe send it in or something to the city secretary's office if they're having any suggestions on it. I think it looks pretty good if you stay somewhat with the same type of color scheme. I'm not saying the same architecture, but maybe the same color schemes to where it is identifiable.
Okay. Anything further, Councilmember Fowler? Councilmember Williams?
I'll add one thing. As I see Chief McIntyre out there, we got a fire station too, and I'm anxious to see how that blue will fit on a fire station. But my question is, it's a very good plan that y'all brought and put together for us. And as you know, Broadway is fixing to go into terrible reconstruction. It's
right.
Badly needed, and this is badly needed as well. And I guess the question I have either be for you or maybe our city engineer, to let the public know, have we addressed moving the public from the south side of Broadway over to this facility, since Broadway is going to be a lot busier street now?
I'd like to address one thing here if we could go back. And I have to be honest with you, yeah, if we could use this. Right or wrong, we have not tried to address any issues of how our construction and access to our property is affected or will be affecting the work on Broadway. One of the things that we are proposing to do, though, is rework the entrance to our building. The way that you currently get into the Recreation Center parking lot is one of the most convoluted parking arrangements that I've seen, and so what we're trying to do is rearrange it. What you see there moves the entrance just slightly, very, very slightly to the west of where it presently is, and we're only talking about a few feet. And how that affects Broadway or Broadway affects that, I'm not really qualified to say right at this point.
I guess, Mr. City Manager, I'd just like to keep that in mind as we work on these projects.
It's a good point, though.
That, you know, we have the middle school is south of Broadway, and there's going to be a lot of foot traffic. Well, we have it right now, but the Broadway's not what it's going to be. You know, and we're going to have to look at ways to get the children across that road without getting them hit.
Right. Clearly, there will be difficulties as construction progresses there. I don't know, Greg, do you have any thoughts? I really haven't given it a great deal of thought either.
Just a couple of things that come to my mind. First of all, Broadway will be constructed with sidewalks on at least the south side of the street, so children can go to whatever corner they want to before they cross to the north side to get to the rec center. Secondly, we're currently looking at the cost to construct the intersection of Fincher and Broadway with the conduit and the pull boxes necessary in the event that we want to have traffic signals there for the future. The current Broadway construction plans have this same concept at the intersection of Jean Lane, which is, you know, Jean Lane doesn't have signals now, but perhaps once Broadway is built to 4 lanes and it will have the 5th middle turn lane at Jean Lane, we'll have the need for signals. So we'll have all the conduit ready. We'll just have to buy the hardware. And we're looking at doing the same thing. Currently, right now, I'm trying to get a price from the contractor to lay out the conduit for the intersection of Fincher and Broadway in the event that we need to have pedestrian crossing at that location.
Thank you.
Let me just say this, and I think I'm glad this was brought up because there's a time period in our scheme of plans where we're going to be shut down as far as a lot of our classes go of 1 to 3 months or something of that nature, depending on how the phasing can go. And if that can be tied in when we have our hardest time getting access from Broadway, then we're not going to, it won't be inconveniencing as many people, you know, when the time comes. So I think it's something we need to try to work, if at all possible, within reason to get it to come together at that point.
Anything further?
One other thing I'd like to mention that some people will probably pick up on, the proposed improvements that you see here all are related to the structure. There's not any parking lots that are identified to be addressed through this bid. But I think there's been some discussion with staff that it is our intention probably to be done in-house, come back to that parking lot and at a minimum overlay it. It's in serious need of addressing, and they're also now mentioning the access there onto Broadway, so that'll at that time, whenever those improvements are made, would be probably the best time to go in there and do whatever improvements are recommended to the parking lot.
You're absolutely correct.
So, you know, because you have a very nice, attractive-looking building there, and if you don't do something with the parking lot, it's just not going to be right. So there will be a plan that will come back to the council, if necessary, to redo that parking lot entirely, stripe it, and make it look as new as the building will look.
Okay, anything further, gentlemen? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We look forward to this getting underway.
I hope the next time we see
and
you,
another
so
good thing happening in Haltom City.
Thank you.
We move now to the consent agenda. That consists of items number 4 through 10 on the agenda. I I'm in line for a motion at this time in regard to that. And while I'm waiting for a motion, I want to explain to those who are here that items on this consent agenda are considered to be self-explanatory and somewhat routine, and will be enacted by the council with one motion. Approval of the consent agenda authorizes the city manager to move forward and implement each item in accordance with staff or board recommendations. Councilmember Averett, I believe you had your light on first.
Yes, sir, Mayor. I make a motion we approve the consent agenda.
Okay, Councilmember Markham.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, gentlemen, if you'll register your vote. And that carries. I'm not sure how Tracy voted, but
Long distance.
Look like you voted yes.
Long distance.
okay. It carries by unanimous vote of those present. Okay. We move now to our public hearings. We have two public hearings tonight. Mr. Pliska, would you like to introduce item number 11?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, citizens of Haltom City. The first item is Z007-02, and that's to conduct a public hearing and consider the application of Ms. Glenda Smith on behalf of Eddie J. Kelleher for a zoning change from D duplex residential district to the C1 commercial district on lots 6 and 7A, Block 20, G.W. Burkitts Edition, containing approximately .2143 acres of land located on the east side of Higgins Street, locally known as 1812 Higgins. I would like to add, which is not on the agenda, and we will take care of on the second reading of the ordinance, this is, if this were to pass, this is also to amend the comprehensive land use map to reflect this change in zoning. We're also presenting it with this item, the ordinance number 0-2002-024-015 for this case, consideration and action regarding the approval of an ordinance amending ordinance 097-01515 as amended the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of Haltom City, Texas for a zoning change from the D duplex residential district to the C1 commercial district on lots 6 and 7A, Block 20, G.W. Burkitts Edition, containing approximately .2143 acres of land located on the east side of Higgins Street, and again locally known as 1812 Higgins, and it is the first reading of the ordinance. We've given you the location of the site. The applicant is requesting a zoning change in order to operate his wheelchair repair and sales business at this site. I believe majority of it is repair. Again, the existing zoning is D duplex, and he is asking for C1 commercial, a light commercial. Access to the property will be strictly from Higgins. Legal notice regarding the public hearing was published in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram May 31st, 2002. Property owner notification for all property owners within 200 feet were mailed out on May 31st, 2002. 22 properties were notified. Staff received 0 in opposition and 1 in favor. I would like to point out that staff received numerous calls in favor of this, several emails as well in favor of this issue. I formally submit the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning. The P&Z voted unanimously to recommend approval of the zoning change request from D duplex district to the C1 commercial district on behalf of Z007-02 at the meeting on June 11, 2002. I also formally submit a letter from the applicant, site plan, list of property owners within 200 feet, and the GIS aerial indicating the site.
Thank you, Mr. Pliska, for introducing this subject. Since this is a public hearing, I'll open the public hearing at this time. And the way we will proceed, I will ask Mr. Kelleher if he is here, if he'd like to address the council or just be available for questions. And then we'll move to anyone in the audience who wishes to speak for or against this request for change of zoning. I do want to point out we have had one speaker's request card filled out. It is not necessary on a public hearing for you to fill out a speaker's request card because everyone in the audience will be allowed to address the subject if they wish. However, I will honor this particular individual's request to speak on this subject. Mr. Kelleher, are you here? Okay. If you would you please come to the podium and give us your name and address for the record, please?
Okay. I'm Glenda Smith, the spokesperson for Eddie J. Kelleher. Address is 1809 Higgins Lane, Haltom City.
Okay. Will you pull the microphone down just a little bit? Thank you.
Sure. Okay. My name is Glenda Smith. I'm a spokesperson for Eddie's Wheelchair. In late December, we relocated to our current location of 1812 Higgins Lane. In addition to working with Eddie in the business, I provide an in-home care for him. We live at 1809 Higgins Lane, which is across the street from the business. Our location was based on proximity to our home as well as space and accessibility. This location provides ample storage for equipment, parts that Eddie needs to repair of the wheelchairs, as well as space for assembling the new wheelchairs for delivery to customers. Due to the nature of the business, we are largely pick-up and delivery. Our walk-ins are limited, usually one per day, if any at all. When our customers motorized wheelchairs, as you can see we have some in the audience, when their wheelchairs break down, they're where they are. They call us, and we have to go because they have no way of moving. And we take them a loaner device, and we pick up their chair, we bring it back to the shop, we repair it, we take it back to them, and then pick up our loaner. Because a person in a wheelchair spends over 80% of their waking hours in their chair or on their scooters, it is important that they be fitted properly, making most of them. A custom item, making most of the wheelchairs are usually a custom item. Even generic chairs and scooters are expensive. Custom chairs or scooters may cost $15,000 to $20,000. Eddie works with Medicare and Medicaid, accepts assignment, provided a device that many patients could not otherwise afford. We work closely with various agencies, Texas Rehab Commission, Veterans Affairs, MDA, and multiple sclerosis, to provide for wheelchairs and scooters for the patients that are paid for by these agencies. We also work with REACH and Easter Seals and donate wheelchairs for people that would be bedridden without this service that we give. There are a few other wheelchair repair and sale business, however, few offer the efficiency and economical pricing that we offer. Since this is the case, we service patients from Oklahoma City and to San Antonio, as far away as San Antonio, that would otherwise be bedridden. And the delivery charges we've not increased because of our services. They make me run the highway quite a bit. Eddie's a retired Fort Worth police officer. He has dedicated his life into serving people. And I hope you will allow him to continue this service so that we can continue to service other people that are in need.
Ms. Smith, if you will, remain at the podium for just a moment. Members of the council, any questions or comments for Ms. Smith, who is speaking on behalf of Mr. Kelleher? Okay, I believe there are none.
Okay.
We do have one speaker's request card filled out. Ms. Vicki Shackelford, are you in the audience? James, if you will, would you take the microphone off for Ms. Shackelford? And Ms. Shackelford, you give your address as 7924 Joreen, Joreen, in North Richland Hills. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Okay. One of the things that I wanted to say that Glenda did point out that is very important to myself is I myself cannot walk at all. And so when my wheelchair is broke down, one of the main things is the fact that they are there for us 24/7. We can call them anytime, and we will have something, whether it be a loaner chair or the chair will be fixed. That is so important because, like Glenda pointed out, is that we would be down in bed if we didn't have our chairs, because that's like taking you guys' legs away from you, is our chairs. Eddie has serviced all of us in the community for a long time. There's many a times that we've needed a part or something that he has just said, okay, go, we'll take it up with you later or something. He gives to the community more than anyone I've ever met anyway. Having an Amigo scooter, the Amigo company will take the scooter in. We might get it repaired within 2 weeks. And so it's very important to me that Eddie stays and that he helps all of us, because the larger companies that we have to buy the wheelchairs from, they can't service us like Eddie can. And that's one thing that's very important to all of us, is the smaller guys can take care of us. And with Eddie being handicapped and, being in the position he is, he understands where we all are coming from also. So we're just asking, that we please still have Eddie to service us, and that, so far as in the Haltom City area, we have not seen any problems with us dropping off our scooters. I myself drive a large size van. I have plenty of room to go in, drop my chair off, turn around, and go back out. So I haven't had any, complications with service as far as getting to his, place or anything like that. So just wanted to, say that, please, we need him. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Members of the council, questions or comments? Okay, since this is, thank you very much, Ms. Shackelford. We appreciate your presentation. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak either for or against this request for a change of zoning from D complex residential district to the C1 commercial? Would you please come to the podium, sir, and give us your name and address for the record?
My name is Johnny Green. I'm a friend of Eddie's. I live at 1212 Harrison Lane in Hurst. I have known Eddie for a long time. Eddie is a hard-working, honest person who tries to help everybody that he can. There is no noise factor in his business. There's no loud hammering. There's no loud noises. Neighbors have nothing to complain about there. And I have been over to his business when he's in Fort Worth, over here in Haltom City. There's no traffic problem. There's nothing for the neighbors to complain about. And Eddie does need to stay in business. A city ought to be proud to have a resident and a businessman like Eddie.
Any questions or comments for the gentleman? Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak on behalf of Mr. Kelleher's request? I'm going to ask for a show of hands from those of you who are in the audience who are here tonight in regard to that. If you are in favor of Mr. Kelleher's request, would you please raise your hand? Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Members of the council, any questions or comments before I close the public hearing and call for us to move to the corresponding motion? Councilmember Hurley.
Are you ready for motion?
I'm ready for a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance 02002-024-15.
Okay, we have a motion. Councilmember Jennings.
Just for a second.
Councilmember Williams.
Now I've got a comment. First of all, I want to thank these people that came out. We have a wheelchair access ramp on the side of the building over here on the south side, and they probably found out when they came in, as they didn't have Eddie, they couldn't have got up the ramp there. And I've got phone calls, emails, letters from these friends. I think that this gentleman performs a service that's very needed in this city. And I think this council's hats off to you for what you do. And Eddie, we're glad to have you in Haltom City.
Councilmember Averett. Okay, any further comments on the motion? If you will, register your vote. And that passes by unanimous vote of those present, changing the zoning from D complex residential district to C1 on the property. Mr. Pliska, item number 12.
Thank you, Mayor. This next item would have been based on whether this had been zoned C1 or not. In the C1 district, you're allowed to apply for the following, and that's the conditional use 004-02. and that's to conduct a public hearing, consider the application of Ms. Glenda Smith on behalf of Mr. Eddie J. Keller for a conditional use permit to allow residential quarters within a commercial building in accordance with Ordinance 97-01515, zoning ordinance, Section 18-2, conditional uses, on lots 6 and 7A, Block 20, G.W. Burkett's Edition, containing approximately .2143 acres of land located on the east side of Higgins Street, locally known as 1812 Higgins Street. I would also submit the ordinance number 2-002-025-15 concerning the above read item, and this again is for the first reading. Again, the applicant is requesting a conditional use permit with site plan approval in order to allow residential quarters for a security guard on the site. The security would reside in the structure at the front of the property. In pre-council, I gave council members and the mayor a copy of the larger site GIS photo, which indicates the residential structure that is west of the dot that you see, and its relative location to things on the site. I've toured Mr. Keller's facility. He does have quite an extensive inventory there of parts. They've had some problems there in the past, which he's indicated, and that is why he has applied for this conditional use permit for this zoning district.
Okay, thank you for presenting or introducing this item. I'll open the public hearing at this time. Anyone wishing to speak in regard to this request for conditional use permit at this site? Ms. Smith, you've already told us your name and address. You don't have to do that again. We know who you are. We know where you live.
Okay.
And welcome.
Thank you.
To Haltom City.
We really like Haltom City. Haltom City is a great place to live, and matter of fact, the house across the street, we bought it because of this, and it had sat vacant for a number of years, and I would like for y'all to drive by and take a look at it now. You won't recognize it. We would like to keep the security guard there because she's also our service tech. We have been broken into numerous of times, and the equipment that we have, and we get a $20,000 wheelchair out there, we don't want to take a chance on losing that because that's somebody's legs. And we would like to keep her on site and keep it to look like a neighborhood, keep the yard up and things like that so that we don't stick out like a sore thumb and people come by and say, oh, look at all of that. We don't want that. We want it something to be proud of, and I think we've worked towards that and have accomplished quite a bit on that area.
Questions or comments for Ms. Smith in this regard? Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak for or against this request? Okay, I'll ask, I think I already know the answer. All of you who are in the audience who are in favor of this request by Mr. Keller, will you raise your hand again? Okay. Thank you very much. Councilmember Fowler?
In line for motion.
Yes, I'll close the public hearing at this time, and we're ready to move now to the corresponding ordinance.
Can I ask one question to staff real quick?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pliski, you had mentioned, I believe, to make sure we're correct, that Mr. Kelleher had already met all the requirements on the conditional use parking areas and all, and everything was up to
Yes, sir. With the site plan that he submitted, he is meeting the minimum parking requirements, as well as there was some concern at P&Z, some access to the back for fire services, and that has been addressed. Again, they have upgraded the facility from what it was before. If there's some concern of this facility's change in use because we're going to C1, the planning department will be able to catch that on a certificate of occupancy application if there's any sort of change in use from what this facility is now, and we address that at P&Z. But yes, they meet the minimum requirements for this district.
Well, thank you, and thank staff for making sure that all those requirements are met, but most importantly, thank you, Mr. Kelleher. It makes it a lot easier on this council as a body to approve things when people take the initiative to do it up front and take care of everything. It makes it a whole lot easier on us. We want to thank you and glad you're here. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we accept ordinance number 0-2002-025-15 for approval.
Councilmember Markham.
Second.
Councilmember Williams.
Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if we finish this up, this subject here, if we could take a sharp break and these fine people can go home.
Yes, sir. We will do that following the vote that's taken. Any further comments or questions on the motion? Second. If you will register your vote, and that carries by unanimous vote. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here tonight. And we have other items on the agenda to address, but we're going to take a 10-minute break. And you're certainly welcome to stay if you'd like. But if you need to go, feel free to go. 10 minutes. We'll be back in session.
Well, you won't be able to get number 15 the other way in 10 minutes. Debbie Harsh. That's Debbie Harsh. Straight valor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we reconvene now into an open session following a 10-minute recess. We come now to the Visitor Citizens Forum, and I do not have any speakers request cards, so I would assume by that we have no speakers tonight. And with that, I will move at this point to the announcement events. Councilmember Williams, I believe you have an announcement.
Thank you. 4th of July, Thursday, the city is having a 4th of July celebration. We're going to kick it off with a parade at 10 a.m. We'll start at Stanley Keller and Denton Highway at the International Faith Center. The church down here has been most gracious enough to let us use their parking lot when we have these parades. We want to thank them for letting us do that. The parade will start at 10 o'clock. We encourage anyone that wants to enter into the parade. There's really not a lot of rules, just other than you have something that's safe to drive in it, walk in it, or ride in it. Red, white, and blue. Anything you put in it, we want to decorate it red, white, and blue. At 11 o'clock on Haltom Road at Haltom Road Park, we're going to dedicate the garden. The beautification board is going to dedicate the red, white, and blue flag they have out by the road there. We're going to serve hot dogs, iced tea, lemonade. I think there's going to be some cold drinks provided for sale by some of the Special Olympics people through the police department. They're working there. I think Fire Service Board is going to help us serving the lemonade and iced tea. We're going to have fire department on duty. We're going to have their equipment, and it's going to be displayed. We're going to have police cars displayed. I want to thank the police department for shutting down a major U.S. highway for the parade and escorting us for us on a major holiday. And we're going to have music provided starting at 11 a.m. by Lone Star Music Association. And Fran Burns with our public information informed me today that she is taking tap dance lessons. And that group is going to perform a Nancy Sinatra song, These Boots Are Made for Walking. So that will be worth coming to the deal to watch if we don't say anything. And it's also, the mayor stole part of my thunder a while ago. I was going to tell everybody that Richard and Mary Lou Torres has moved to Haltom City now, so they have fulfilled the charter requirements by being the city manager. I think it was a very easy selection they made on the house. They just went out and purchased one and bought one. But kind of reward him and let him unwind a little bit. I don't know if the board's let him know this yet or not, but they're going to have the first annual Richard Torres hot dog eating contest. And there'll be a special award for that, and the board has asked if Mr. Torres will participate in that as well.
I've got experience in that. I tied first place in a pie eating contest last year in Copper's Cove, so I can eat pretty good.
Hot dogs go down a whole lot harder than pies. Anyway, we'd like to invite everybody to come out there. It's going to be July the 4th. There's going to be a lot of good time out there. We're going to have it under the shade of the tree in Haltom Road Park. We're going to have plenty of facilities and everything, plenty of ice water, tea, lemonade. Police department, I think, is bringing a radar gun for where the children can throw balls and see how fast they. I hope we don't have any 95, 100-mile-an-hour fastballs down there, but we're going to have a lot of stuff to do, and there'll be a lot of people there, and we just encourage everybody to come out and support your city and support this function that we're doing. So thank you.
I had an opportunity to attend the last, or I guess the final planning session by this 4th of July committee that Councilmember Williams and others have worked on, and I was very impressed with the time and effort that has gone into this. It ought to be a very special event, and I look forward to seeing all of you who are here in the audience as well as those who are watching on TV. Present, hope everybody can attend.
I got one other thing.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to step on your
Okay.
tongue. I thought you were...
That's all right. I turned my paper off in the rest of my notes. Sherry Carter with Public Works is working with Doris Deal in the Park Department, and they're coordinating the parade. If you're going to be at the parade, need to have you down there about 9:30. Would appreciate it if you call us in advance at 834-9036, area code 817. I hope I gave the right phone number. I hope I didn't give a citizen's. But her name is Sherry Carter. If you want to participate in the parade, call down there, and she will take care of that for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Any further announcements or events? There being none, Mr. Torres, you want to introduce item number 13?
This next item is going to come to the council with a recommendation from staff that we take a look at the city's fund balance policy and tighten it up a bit. And Pat is going to give you the details on this. Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. As the council well knows, for some years we have tried to continue to manage the city's fiscal resources in a responsible manner. And each year we have tried to work with the monies that we gather from the various sources that we have them and end each fiscal year with a level of reserves that provide to us a safety cushion of sorts in the event of an unforeseen calamity. We have had in the past, as part of our budget document, a 10% reserve policy, which quite frankly is not at a level that's consistent with well-managed cities throughout the state and throughout the nation. The 10% level, you might refer to that as a bare minimum type of level. A more prudent manner would be to have 20 and then perhaps 25%. And also, a very important aspect of this issue is one that Mr. Torres brought with him, is to have this as a written policy document. And so we have presented that to the council tonight in the form of a resolution that gives us a goal to achieve a 20% level for the general fund, for the water and sewer fund, and then there's some other levels in here that we can work out at a later date for the other funds. We have about 23 funds in total here in the city. This is a very important aspect with regard to the city's ability to borrow funds for the capital projects, several of which were discussed earlier tonight. Major dollars are being utilized in these projects. We have to utilize our best skills at borrowing these monies at the best interest rate possible. The fund balance policies that we have recommended here tonight are attainable. And in fact, for the past several years, we have already been very close. For the general fund, we've been at 19%. Let's see. 19% last fiscal year we ended, and the year before that was actually at 22.5%. And Mr. Torres and I are both very confident we can end the next budget year at the 20% level, possibly this fiscal year.
Mr. Torres, any comments you'd like to add to Mr. Elfrink's?
No, I think it's time we pushed ourselves up a few notches. There have been a lot of comments that possibly in the past, the reason a recommendation like this didn't come to the council is because people didn't want their hands tied. I'm personally one to believe that I think it's good for the council to tie staff's hands on a lot of different issues and force us to present budgets to you that would provide for a 20% fund balance. This resolution, if you approve it tonight, can certainly be changed at any time or amended. But it's a very difficult thing to do, to adjust it down. And we just think it's time the city of Haltom City step up. Sorry, that was a slip.
You moved up here today.
That is the first time. I don't know what that's all about. No, I think the timing is right. We have the financial wherewithal to do this now. We're about to pursue a bond rating that we think doing something like this will help us achieve a higher rating. If not this year, possibly next year or the following year when we pursue this again. But certainly it'll be something that those people who do review our financial situation will take a look at it, and they'll realize that we're doing the right thing. And so we strongly recommend that you consider this tonight.
And let me mention, for the benefit of the council and for the public that's watching tonight and the public that's here, not everyone may be aware, but we had a visit from one of the two major bond rating agencies the other day. We had two rating analysts, one from their Dallas office and one was here from the New York office. We took them on a rather extensive tour of Haltom City. I don't think they'd been out here in at least 5 or 6 years to look around. These folks were very impressed. They are paid to know the cities and the territories that they cover, that they're responsible for. And as Mr. Torres put it, we didn't hide anything from it. He put it during the tour to them. We didn't hide anything from them. We showed them the good and the bad, the old and the new. And I know for a fact they went away with a very good impression of this community, with the new projects that we have going on, with the efforts that they've seen in the recent past, the law enforcement center, the new animal shelter, the bond referendums that have occurred in November of last year, the sales tax elections that we've had for the past 2 years. They're very impressed with some of the things that we've been doing. And I think, as Mr. McCliney put it, this may be icing on the cake to help push us up one more notch in the ratings ladder.
One of the exciting things to me about us being able to go from a 10 to a 20% fund balance in the utilities and general fund, if that's the wish of the council tonight, is it puts us in a position to be perceived by people who buy our bonds as being much stronger and having a stronger financial base, because a lot of our cities, our neighboring cities in the general metroplex area, had relied a great deal on sales tax, and we know what happened the last year or so in regard to that. And this is just another way we have of just shoring up the foundation in Haltom City, and this sounds like a great recommendation. Councilmember Williams.
You ready for a motion?
I am ready for a motion.
Move to approve resolution number 2002-023-03.
Councilmember Averett.
I'll second that motion, Mayor.
Have a motion, and a second. Any discussion on the motion? If you will, register your vote, and it passes by unanimous vote. Item number 14, Mr. Torres.
Pat Elfring is going to deliver his monthly financial report. And for the benefit of those who may not be aware, we're changing up a little bit of what we do here, and we're going to be presenting to the council and to the public every month a monthly financial report for the prior month. And this, at the last agenda, we had the prior April.
That's correct.
April, I believe. And at this particular time, we're going to, Pat's going to deliver his report for ending May, into May. And so we'll be doing this every month, the second council meeting of the month. And in fact, following this report in general format will be the capital improvement report that Tom Muir is going to be addressing to you. But this is really a catch-up month. So we'll just turn it over to Pat and let him show us the numbers that, in fact, look pretty good.
Thank you, Mr. Torres.
I'm quite pleased.
And thank you for pointing out this is the second of our new monthly reports. And you got two in a row, one last meeting, one this meeting, because of the fact that we did skip a meeting at the end of May. We didn't have a meeting. We plan to bring these reports to the council at the second meeting of each month following the prior month that was closed out. And also, I'll be very brief. Since we did have a report just 2 weeks ago, quite frankly, not a lot has occurred since that time. We have closed out another month. We're still watching the same primary indicators very closely. We have experienced some concerns with our sales tax revenues, but we have some very positive things in our municipal court revenues. The other major fund, the water fund, seems to be doing well thus far this year, even though we've had a fair amount of rain, more than we normally would expect. And so I'll just say basically things are looking pretty good right now, and I'll entertain any questions if you have them.
Members of the council, questions or comments for Mr. Elfrink on the financial report for April? I believe there are none. Is action regarding approval of this something that needs to be done?
Yes, sir. We recommend that you do take action.
Okay, I'm in line for a motion regarding accepting and approving the financial report that's been presented. Councilmember Hurley?
I'll move that we approve the financial report.
Councilmember Markham?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? You will register your vote, and that passes by unanimous vote. Item number 15 was placed on the agenda at the request of Mayor Pro Tem Phil Jennings. Mr. Jennings, would you like to introduce this item, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On June the 6th, 2002, the City Council met in a group session to go over our goals and directions for the upcoming year. As part of this meeting, we discussed committees, we discussed boards and commissions, we discussed liaisons and council positions in regard to these boards and commissions. At the time of that meeting, June the 6th, it was a consensus of the council that we wanted to review the possibility of doing away with Minority Affairs Board. The reason I placed this particular item on the agenda was to get input from the council in a public forum and to get input from citizens and board and commission members in a public forum so that we could make a informed decision as to what we want to do with this particular board or commission. There's been some outside input from some of the local media, both for and against. What I would like to do tonight is find out what my colleagues feel about this particular issue, what some of the people out in the audience feel about this particular issue. Another portion of this particular agenda item is ex officio positions on boards and commissions. Up until tonight, it was my understanding that we had no boards or commissions that were using the ex officio position. I found out in pre-council that we have one. This was an item that was placed on an agenda several months ago that gave the chair of a board or committee the authority to place an ex officio member on a board or commission. And what an ex officio member does, it sits on the board or commission. They cannot vote. They cannot introduce any type of motions. They're strictly there for their opinion. When we as a council discussed this earlier, that was brought up, and it was the feeling of the council at that time that any person, regardless of whether they sit on that board or commission as an ex officio member, if they're just attending as a citizen, has the same rights that an ex officio member would have. I feel in retrospect, looking back, that what we've done is we've given the chair of the boards and the commissions some authority and the privilege to appoint a single individual without any input from anyone on the council and without any input from anyone on their board or commission. If I were the chair of a board or commission and I wanted John Smith to be my ex officio, I just have to appoint him, and the people on the board or commission had no say on it. So I think if we don't do away with those positions, then at the very least we need to go back and look at how an ex officio member would be appointed, and I would change that if they are allowed to stay, where ex officios are appointed by the chair, but they would have to be ratified by a majority of the people serving on that board or commission. That's how I would change that. But what I'd like to do now, Mr. Mayor, is certainly open this up for public input, open this up for input from my colleagues here, and see how they feel about it, and see if we can come to some type of decision as to what we'd like to do in the future with the one board or commission that's on the agenda tonight, the Minority Affairs Board.
Okay, thank you for introducing item number 15. And the way we will proceed from this point, we do have 2 speakers' request cards filled out. We will afford those individuals an opportunity to address the council. Then we'll open the floor for the council to have some informal discussion. And after we've had some informal discussion, then I'll call for a motion when I feel like we have discussed the issue sufficient to move forward in that direction. The first individual who has filled out a speaker's request card regarding item number 15 is Mr. Rudy Herrera, 3016 Field Street here in Haltom City. Mr. Herrera, if you would come forward to the podium and make your presentation. You have 5 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Rudy Herrera, and my presence here is to try and encourage the council to continue keeping the minority board in existence. I see it as a investment. You're making quite a bit of investments in these drawings and these planning things that came on a while ago, and I dare say each one of those buildings is going to cost at least $20,000 a piece, right? So if you invest in the minority council, I saw one comment where you had given us a budget of $1,500, and we spent about $500 of it, still have $1,000. But we did it just for items that we could use in presentations. And we participated in parades. We did part of the presentation here in the park and those kind of things. And it's the one thing that was bothering me was how we were shooting ourselves in the foot on the committee or on the board, because we were infighting, I guess you call it. But to me, that's part of the process of learning. I've seen signs where it says Haltom City, proud and progressive. Progressive means going along further and becoming bigger and greater and better. Well, these things that happen to the board, I see them as doing the same thing, because if we learn from them, we can be a strong entity for the city. We can make the city look better, and at least you don't have to like minorities, but you can at least have a place showing that you do have the tolerance, and you do have the method of trying to educate and make them all do as good citizens. I actually have no other thing. I didn't want to come up here and sound like I had an axe to grind or anything to gripe at you about, because I do not. I really enjoyed the time that I spent on the board. I felt that I have graduated now onto another thing, and I do hope you keep it up so that someone else can come on and keep going. And I would like to offer my help in keeping it going.
If you would remain at the podium for just a moment, Councilmember Fowler.
Mr. Herrera, I respect and appreciate the time that you did spend on the board, and I would just like to ask for, coming into this deal, I would like to know what you felt like that the board, what's the directive the board was taking or would plan to take. What do you feel like I read somewhat the mission statement in here is the purpose of the Minority Affairs Board is to increase minority participation in Haltom City government. What were y'all able to accomplish or work towards to do that? What do you feel like could have been done different maybe, or was that the goal that when you were put on the board, is that where you felt the direction of the board going, or?
Okay, we participated in voter drives, and we participated in type of getting people to come forward and say something, but they didn't want to come, for one thing. We felt that we had to approach them in another way. My idea was working with the little ones, the kids, the school kids. And if we help them progress in their studies and that type of thing and show them what citizenship was about, that this would create a good atmosphere for them and for us, for the city. I think we were looking for some immediate benefits, and they're not going to come that way. Half of the people that we talked to weren't even registered voters, they weren't even citizens. But they said, no, we want to become. So there, to me, that's where the idea of educating and coming on, but like I say, it won't be immediate. It's going to take time.
Anything further? Councilmember Jennings?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rare, we appreciate you coming up here tonight, and for the benefit of people in the audience, you resign your position on this board to accept a position on another board and commission, and the reason for that is we have a rule in Haltom City that you can't serve on two at once. So Mr. Herrera did not resign his position on the Minority Affairs Board because he had a problem with that board. It was because he had a conflict in sitting on two boards at one time. That being said, my question to you tonight, sir, would be, what do you feel like the strongest thing about that board was that you served on, and what do you think the biggest problem on that board was at the time you served on there?
Well, sir, the biggest problem right now is getting members to come forward, getting people to come forward and participate on the board. To me, they're scared, okay? And if you keep the board going, you're actually in a PR position, public relations. You're saying, hey, there it is, we do have a board, we do have something going for you. And if you're looking at impressing the government people that come and see how far Haltom City is progressing, and you can mention that you're doing something for the minority also. You don't have to say, well, we've got this great thing going or whatever. We have something available. I think it would be to your benefit.
Okay. What was the one thing that took place while you were on that board that you felt like contributed most to what was going on here in Haltom City? Would it be like the voter registration drive, or the fact that you actually came into existence as a group, giving the people the opportunity? What do you think the major accomplishment has been?
I think that coming forward and having something that we didn't have before. Okay, now Haltom City has a minority board. Many other cities are looking at Haltom City.
Okay.
I've talked to people at other places, and they say, well, we had the idea, but we want to watch and see what you're going to do.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I
You're
have.
welcome.
Councilmember Everett.
Mr. Herrera, you've mentioned several times that the board has had voter drives for the minorities.
Yes.
How many voter drives has that board had?
Let's see, we did 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5.
5?
Where we actually did.
And what was the time frame in that? 5 in a matter of how many months?
In months,
Well, since the board's been
we were
created.
doing it took about 3 months to do all 5 of them. We were trying to time it with the election before.
Right.
And even right during the election, we were still having people.
And how many new voters were you able to sign up
The board, the people in the cell that signed up?
Yes.
At Kmart was our most successful. We went over there to Kmart on the Denton Highway, and it was a cold day, and you remember, Doc? Anyway, we were out there freezing, but we did it anyway. And we had, I would say about 30, maybe 40 people who signed out a card and gave them back to us. We passed out hundreds of cards.
But out of the 5 drives, how many new voters would you say that you signed up? You've indicated 30 on the one.
On one time, yes, sir.
Time, yes.
And then the other 4, let's see, we had, let's see, 30, 10, 20, about 50 more all
50,
total.
so that's a total of 80 approximately.
I would say something like that, that people that actually filled out. Even, now, the only one here in the park, when we were there, we only had about, I think it was about 10 or 15 that gave us the card, and some of them just give them back to us and say, nah, forget it.
Okay, then out of these 80, what kind of a follow-up do you have to know whether these 80 have participated in our electoral process?
Some of them were not all from here, from Haltom City.
Right.
Okay, so they took them out somewhere else. We attempted to look at the voter list and see if there were names on there that were not on there before.
Well, I have another question. Now, when you're doing these vote, and you may or may not know this information. If you don't, by all means, tell me. But when you do have these drives, are you in any way trying to encourage participation? Are you finding out if they are residents of our community? Are you targeting those? Or are you just targeting any minority, for example, in the Kmart parking or the Kmart shopping center?
Well, actually, we could tell from the address where they were from.
Right.
In my experience in the post office, I could tell right quick, nope, this isn't Haltom City.
Right.
And but what we did was talk to them a little bit on the side after we gave them the card and they filled it out, and we'd ask them, are you interested in even coming to our minority committee then? If you want to join the minority committee, you can come in and participate this way. And some of them said, no, I do not want to. So we said, hey, no problem.
Now, what else did your group do to try and encourage participation within our government? Did you go into the community, like in certain sections, say where minorities are known to live, and did you go door to door and talk to these people, or what did y'all do to try?
Yes, we tried to go to where they were gathering. We visited churches.
Right.
And talked to people, told them what we were about. We even went to Richland Hills, North Richland Hills, and talked to the church there, because there were a lot of people from Haltom City that were there. And we helped them even registration, the census and that type of thing. We would talk to them and say that what we were doing, what we intended to do. And so we did a lot of preaching as far as trying to tell them what we were doing and trying to recruit them. But a lot of people would tell us, no, we better not do it now. So I said, keep us in mind. If things ever change for you, come back, we'll be here.
Well, now, you're asking us to keep this board in existence. Now, what do you see happening in the next 12 months, 24 months, or even 36 months if this board is kept in existence?
That's been so far?
It's been in here since, 98 or 99, I believe?
Mm-hmm.
And in 4 years, we've got 80 voters. We're not sure how many of these actually participated in our electoral process. So, I mean, in 4 years, if we've only signed up 80 new people, new voters, what can we accomplish in another 2 years? I'm having a hard time seeing a vision, I guess, for this.
Well, if you want to go as for how much per voter, how many voters on the other things that are not minorities have signed up for Haltom City? You don't know, do you?
I don't know. I don't know if there's any way to. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the minority board.
Right, exactly. You're talking about the minority board. Well, we're not just for signing up voters. we're trying to show these people that are here from other places.
Participation in our community is what we're trying to do.
Okay.
I'm not seeing that. I'm
All
working
right.
on it.
So right now, they're just out there, they're not participating in anything. And this way, we go in there and try to convince them to come and show them what can be done.
I see. Okay. I appreciate your time, Mr. Herrera.
All right,
Thank
sir.
you,
Thank you.
Councilmember Jennings.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I see the chairman of this board sitting out there, and I would certainly love to hear from him. If Mr. Herrera is through with his comments, then I certainly would like to have Mr. Clayton come forward, and then maybe after that finish up with the other public, if you've got any other cards signed.
I do have another one, and yes, I'll be glad to follow that. Councilmember Hurley, and then Councilmember Williams.
I've got a question.
Mr. Herrera?
Mr. Herrera,
We're not through yet. You want to?
I think you're a good source for information. Based on your experience on the Minority Affairs Board and your time spent on it, and having experienced some of the, quote, infighting on there, and lacking a stated mission by the city, what would be your ideal mission or goal for this Minority Affairs Board?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't.
What would be your ideal mission or the stated goal of the Minority Affairs Board? It would have to be narrowed down, narrow the approach down to something specific that you could accomplish.
Councilmember Hurley, can you pull that a little bit closer?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
We're having
sir.
a hard time hearing down here.
How about that?
That'll work.
Hear it? Do you have, forget about what our stated mission is in the ordinance, but if you had the choice of deciding what would be the ideal mission or the goal for the Minority Affairs Board, what would it be?
No, okay. Well, our mission statement was in the education of the minority people, right? And getting them to participate. But as far as our own infighting, as you'd say, as I stated, we just need to come to an understanding with the people that were doing this and say, hey, look, this is what we need, this is what we're going to do, this is what you're going to do, and this is what we're about to accomplish our mission. I think our mission statement is pretty well explanatory, and I don't think we need to change it. It's just changing the attitude of the people, making them understand what we need to do to get to it.
Well, the goal, what you're saying is the goal would be minority involvement in city government.
Yes, sir. It still is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Williams?
Well, I didn't have a question, but I think I'm going to defer the floor to the rest of the speakers and then the chairman, and I'll hold my thoughts till then.
Mr. Clayton, Councilmember Jennings suggested a moment ago that we could benefit by any comments you have as the chairman of the Minorities Affairs Board. Would you like to address the council at this time? Normally we have someone fill out a speaker's request card, but under the circumstances we'll waive that at this time. If you don't mind, for the record, give us your name and address and then proceed, please.
Well, my name is Marvin Clayton, resident here of Haltom City. My address is 4699 Fossil Vista. First of all, what comes to mind?
Mr. Clayton, again, if you don't mind, could you get a little closer to the microphone? You have such a soft-spoken voice, so all of us can hear. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, what comes to mind is why would we want to abolish something that could be very constructive for the city of Haltom City? We're showing other cities that are trying to eventually mimic this city that we are concerned about not just a certain segment of citizens that are involved and live in the city, but this is a city for all people. You know, I know that in the past that the board has had some, we've got some bad press. There's been some things that's been said about the board, but this board is, there's been new beginnings for this board. Councilman Avery mentioned that the board has been in existence since '98. Well, I don't know what happened back in those years, but I know that there has been some headway within the last year that I've been on this board. There's been some things set in place that I think to be very beneficial for minorities in this city. And I'd like to conclude, I'm hoping that this council will approve that this board keep going forward. Give this board a chance. Not only give this board a chance, give the minorities in this city a chance. Thank you.
If you don't mind, Mr. Herrera, unless you just want to stand there against the wall, feel free to be seated.
You said you weren't through with me, Paul.
Well, I think after Councilmember Hurley had his comments, we were. Members of the council, questions or comments for Mr. Clayton? Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Clayton, first let me apologize for not having asked you to come up before we opened the floor up for other input. That was an oversight on my part. Like Mr. Herrera, I'd love to thank you for the time that you spend with this board. I know that there have been some rough times, and I would like to ask some of the same questions of you that I asked of him. During your tenure with the board, what do you feel like the greatest accomplishment to date has been?
Well, like any board, you know, you have to first get it organized. You know, we had to get some things put in place. We had, you know, mission statements, all of that, you know, that we had to get in place with this board.
Mr. Clayton, pardon my interruption again. Do you mind take the mic off the stand if you need to? You have some very important things to say, and some of us have old ears that don't hear quite so well. Thank you.
Well, we've got a scholarship fund that started for students to be able to further their educational goals from this board. There's been many things, I don't have it before me right now, that we're working on. We're trying to push forward and everything. But I know that that this board is going to be a good board.
What do you think the largest obstacle in your path right now is, as a group?
Developing our camaraderie.
Okay, that's a good answer. Shoot from the hip. That's so. You're looking for that. I guess, for lack of a better word, you're looking for the more cohesiveness among the members of that board. And I understand when you have such a large ethnic diversity as Haltom City does, everyone brings into the mix different ideas, and you're still having a little trouble getting everybody, for lack of a better word, on the same page as a group. Once that group unites and they're on the same page, then you feel like from that point on that group could be very productive. Would that be a fair statement?
Oh yes, I believe that we're all on the same page because we're all minorities. It's knowing where we can best benefit, what are we at our best, you know, and how could we contribute, you know, to this board, you know, how could we be an asset to it.
Membership, I know, has been a problem in the past as far as keeping members on that board. Right now, I believe, I have to ask the city secretary or have to ask Donna, who's sitting in up here. I believe the information that we got in pre-council still showed Mr. Herrera on this board. So if we was to take that off, we are place 2, 4, and 1 would now be empty. Does that sound like a fair statement, Donna? Okay, so we're 3 people short right now. And this board has been running short of people for quite some time now, has it not?
Yes, it has. We've had a problem with making quorum in the past. We've had some that, I guess for lack of a better word, they had to move from this city to another city. We had some that may have had some work issues, family issues, or whatever, that, you know.
So keeping a group together large enough to accomplish something has been a problem in the past as far as keeping members on there from time to time.
Yes.
Because you can't do anything if you don't have a quorum.
True.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you again for your input. And I'm sure there may be other questions from other members here.
Councilmember Fowler, Averett, and Markham, in that order, please.
Mr. Clayton, I appreciate you coming also, as well as Mr. Herrera and everyone else that's shown up. I kind of, in one sense, I guess I'm very, very elated that the city stepped forward and done that, but I feel like the city's probably the biggest minority board of all. You know, we try to be all-inclusive, ask people to come forward and fill out a piece of paper that if they want to serve on a board or commission, we invite them. You know, we encourage people. You know, volunteerism is great, whether it be, you know, anyone. I don't look at it as minority because I don't see minority. You know, I flip through this deal, and Mr. Herrera's on a board and commission, Mr. Patino, Susan Hernandez that I served with on the planning and zoning, Ms. Garcia was appointed to another board. You know, I see us trying to be inclusive up here without, you know, trying to create any type of divisiveness. You know, and I look at it and I think we're making an effort to move minorities forward, but why aren't we making an effort to move the entire community? You know, that's, you know, on drives for voters registrations and things. You know, are we not creating more divisiveness by doing that?
No, I don't think we are. Not at all. I don't know. Could you help me with the clarity there as to what you're really pushing forward with that statement?
I'm just saying that, you know, we look at the people that are placed on boards and commissions, and I flip through here. We have men, we have women, we have Hispanic men and women. You know, I don't know that we have any African Americans on here, but it's only due to the fact if someone comes forward like yourselves and takes the initiative to volunteer. You know, I know that if you volunteered for any board, you know, there's a chart there that you go by. What would you prefer and what would you like to serve on? If not, you know, I know the council members get each one of those, and we look at them, we review them, and we say, you know, this gentleman would like to serve on the planning and zoning, but there's not any vacancies there, but maybe the park and recreation. You know, if we feel like they're qualified from their background and all, and they show that they want to volunteer for our community. You know, I know everyone up here. And I know through the electoral process, everyone's welcome to run for office. Everyone's welcome to do anything we want to do here.
Well, Mr. Councilman Fowler, let me help you out there. You said you didn't know if there's any African Americans on the board. There is one. That's me.
I'm sorry, I was speaking on the other boards. I realize you're on the minority affairs. I'm saying on the other boards. I was just flipping through here, and I was just looking at the names. You know, I see Ms. Garcia. I see Mr. Hernandez. I see, you know, people of all colors and all races. You know, and I'm trying to see where we're going as a board, what we're trying to accomplish as a minority affairs board.
Well, just like Mr. Herrera said, there's a lot of minorities that are afraid to come forward. They're intimidated by the process. What we're really trying to do, we're trying to break down those walls of intimidation that stifles them, keeping them not wanting to participate, and they feel like their voice or their comments are not even worth even hearing. This is what we're trying to accomplish here. You know, do you want this city to become a melting pot? Or do we just want it just to be segmentized? Just a certain segment of people always having a voice. You know, this is a decision that this council is going to have to make. You know, what are we trying to strive towards? You know, is it really for all people? I mean, are we going to see the diversity? The only way we're going to see the diversity is that we're going to have to start trying to bring a diverse people involved with it.
And you don't feel like the city currently tries to do that?
I believe that the city is trying. If they wasn't, they wouldn't have this board right now. And I commend the city for making an effort, you know, towards that direction. That is the reason why I believe that it's very important not to abolish this board.
Anything further?
No, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Avery.
Mr. Clayton, I'll ask you one of the same questions that I asked Mr. Herrera. What is your vision for this board? In other words, where do you see this board in 24 months?
What I would like to see this board do within the next 24 months? First of all, I would like to see this board start striving more towards getting more citizens in this city, as far as minorities are concerned, registered to vote. Because if you don't vote, you don't have no voice. You made a comment that there was only 80 people that, you know, had become registered, you know, during our tenure. Well, how many voters really turn out to the polls to vote when there's an election here in Haltom City? Out of maybe 50, what is it, 50,000 people that live here in the city?
40.
Okay. 40,000 people, you know, what is it, 2,000 maybe show up at the polls to vote? That's a very small percentage too. I mean, it looks like to me there's not really many people that are really participating in the voting process overall. But we're trying to get more minorities involved in the voting process so that they can come forward and start having a voice with the council, with the city, in other areas, on boards and all.
Well, another question then. Does this board currently have a plan of action to increase minority participation within our community?
Yes.
Aside from the voter drive?
Yes, yes, yes. We have a plan of action. And we are slowly going towards that plan of action, but, you know, like I stated to Mr. Jennings that we've been had a problem, you know, keeping a quorum. Every time we have a discussion on certain issues that we're getting ready to go forward with, you know, we may end up having, you know, didn't make our quorum and it's proceeding into another month, you know.
I understand. And again, I go back to these 80 voters that filled out the voter's registration card and returned them back to a representative of your board. We have no way of knowing whether they've taken part in the electoral process, and that's fine. But in 4 years, having only 80 people fill out voters' cards, I mean, that's not a lot. And again, I'm having a difficult time voting or supporting a board that, number one, there's infighting, having a difficult time maintaining a quorum, and really there is no plan of action to increase the minority participation within our community. I'm having a difficult time with that, but again, I do appreciate your time, though. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Markham.
Thank you, Mayor. I've sat here and I've listened to a lot of various opinions. Some I agree with and some I do not. Haltom City did not used to be a diverse community. It is today. The minority board has struggled, in my opinion, and has fallen on its feet. Disarray, people pointing fingers at each other. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but that's what I've heard. but I believe everybody deserves a second chance.
Amen.
If it hadn't been for second chances, I may not have got a high school diploma. I don't know what's happened. A lot of things could have happened. But it really doesn't matter what's happened. I do believe the minority board needs to go forward. It needs to set aside its differences, whatever they may be, and work towards the future, not only for their own board, but for Haltom City. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask God to help me with this because this is going to be hard. About 2 years ago, I met Mr. Marvin Clayton. He had filled out an application for the minority board, and we made an appointment, met up here at the City Hall, and had a good conversation, and I felt Mr. Clayton would be a very good person to put on this board. And I want to say at this time, I'm very proud that I appointed Marvin Clayton to this board. You know, he's been there for 2 years. There's been a mixture of members on this board. I think one of the problems that we did when we first, I don't think it was us, I think Mayor Nancy Watkins at the time started a board called a Board of Mayor's Board on the Minority Affairs, and then we took it and molded it into this. I think at the time they probably had the Board of Minority Affairs, it wasn't limited to 8 people. I think you probably get your strength out of numbers. And Webster says a minority is anybody that's not in the majority. So anybody that's not in the majority could be a minority. So we never really set any guidelines up as to who would be a minority. So we have Caucasian women on it. We've got a application tonight from a Caucasian man. I'm really confused as what the guidelines are. I know what your mission statement is, and I think your mission statement's an excellent statement. And I applaud you and everybody on that board that's worked. I went to a couple of meetings before they even had a budget, when they were having garage sales and trying to work real hard on their own. And I'm not real sure that at that time there was a more feeling into the board than what it was after we made it a board of just 8 people. We've got some other boards in the city here that have 8 people on it. And you get into sort of a, I guess a popularity deal, you know. These 8 people are on the board, nobody else can be on it. You know, we set them up on a pedestal. I really thought about this a lot since it came up. Thought about it even before it came up. I would like to make a correction, and I think the city secretary might be able to. Tracy Henderson made an appointment on this board, I think, a few weeks ago. So place 2 does have an appointment on it. I would like to see this board flourish. I've got a question before I go any farther, and it's for the attorney. And it may be a terribly hard question to answer or to separate, but Mr. Olson, what I've heard from this board, I know they have different goals from what they said about, you know, trying to get people to vote, trying to get people registered. What would separate this board from being a political action group? Or is that a fair question?
I don't know what kind of answer I can give to that. You're referencing that question along the lines of the fact that they're doing voter registration drives and the like. I mean, there may be some similarities there, but I think that's the issue before the council tonight is you've set up different goals. That's one in particular that they're striving to achieve, but they have other goals beyond that, beyond what a political action group may have. But I don't know that I can give you a precise legal answer to your question tonight.
Well, I know that back before this or when the board first started, like Ms. Herrera said, the census, they worked very hard on that. And I think that was a very big contribution to the community. I would like to see this board, I don't know if restructure is the word. I don't, got 3 newspaper reporters in the audience here, so you have to be careful what you do say. I would like to say that this board would flourish out from not only 8 members, 80 members. You know, select you a chairman, a co-chairman, a secretary, and, you know, have a group that you could work together with, not just 8 people carrying the entire load by themselves. I know it's hard. I know it's discouraging. You go out there and you knock on the door. You go up at Kmart and it was cold. You try to get those people involved. My business, I deal with 90% of my clientele is minority. And I can tell with dealing with them, they're very withdrawn. But once I win that trust with them, you know, I have a good dealing with them. And I think that's, I don't know how you could restructure it. I don't know how you would even, the ground rules of, you know, who is a minority. You know, we have a volunteer service board, and I applaud them for the job that they do, but it's 8 people. When they go out and do a job, they may have 30 or 40 people out there working on it. And I would like to see the minority board doing the same thing. I would like to see people from all over the community coming together and, you know, maybe not be forced into voting. They may not want to vote. You know, some people don't want to go up and they don't want their name on a number. They don't want to be, you know, associated with it. But that doesn't mean that they can't come down there and rub elbows with us. And, you know, we're going to have the deal in the park the 4th of July. We'll have a lot of minorities down there at that deal, and they'll have a good time. But they want to come down there and they want to do that, but maybe they want to get into the system. I don't know. It's nothing that started 2 years ago or 4 years ago. This is an age-long deal. You know, people that just, some people just don't want to get involved. Not only minorities, everybody. Yeah, you said a while ago we got 40,000 people in the city. I think only about 20,000 of them registered. And so, you know, we've got a lot of people that they just want to be here, they want to live, they want to be let alone. Is there a way that we could expand this out and do away with the TikTok, the game is like 8 members, and make something out of it to where you could have your own rules, similar to a chamber? I think City of Fort Worth has like an Asian chamber and a black chamber. Couldn't you have like a minority chamber? Why would you even, I don't even know why you'd have to separate them. And you could probably work with our chamber here that we have in Haltom, or in Northeast Area. They're in Haltom City, but to the Northeast Chamber. And I think your strength is going to be in numbers. And I think as long as you limit yourself to 8 people to be on this board, I've got resignations here that I've been reading through while y'all were talking. I do applaud the people that were appointed that are still on it originally. You know, some of these say bad things about the council. Some of them say bad things about each other. There's says that the council's not interested in this. If we weren't interested in it, we wouldn't have it on the agenda tonight. We want it to flourish. I think Mr. Jennings probably wants it to flourish. But, you know, we're going to have something that we can show the citizens that we have in good faith. And I would like to throw that out there to see if we might, you know, open it up just more than 8 people. You know, I'd like to get as many as they could. And also, you know, what isn't a minority? You know, who can you limit it to? Somebody answer me.
At this point, we're willing to try whatever it takes, whatever means is necessary that this board stay in existence. We're willing to try it. That's how important it is to us. If this council feel like we need to broaden our horizons, why don't we do that? We'll do that if the council feel like we need to do that. Whatever means is necessary that this board stay intact. we're just going to have to do it. Because we know that we need this board in Haltom City. Bottom line.
How do you
Council, excuse me.
How do you feel, Mr. Clayton, about opening up to just more than 8 members? Open it up and setting it up where you could have your own, you could have your chairperson, your vice chair, and the secretary and all that, you know.
How do I feel per se? I don't have a problem with it, but I'm not the only person on that board. And it has always been my point. I want their input. I like to also know how they feel about that too, because it just don't circle around me. It's about all of them. It's about everybody.
Are your other 2 speaker cards, are they from board members?
No. Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay. I'd like maybe if Mr. Clayton would have a seat and maybe hear from those 2, and that way we'll have the full.
Councilmember Jennings, did you have?
I'd like to get some more input.
Okay. All right, let's move forward then. Mr. Clayton, thank you, and Mr. Herrera, thank you, and Mr. John Patino. If you will come forward, your address 1901 Haltom Road. You'd filled out a speaker's card. You wish to address the council on this item.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is John Patino. I live in 1901 Haltom Road. I guess I'm the guilty party that started all this. So if y'all want to throw rocks at me, go ahead. The initial idea that I had is here in Haltom City, the minority community is growing every year. It seems like they're moving a lot from forward, using Haltom City as a stepping stone to finally, they're trying to wind up somewhere in Hearst where they can have a better way of life. But they are moving into Haltom City. And also, it wasn't my initial idea, but I had a lot of help from at that time when it became a board of this city, from at that time Madam Mayor Nancy Watkins. She was one that also helped me a lot. The reason I got this idea, because it's been a problem with the minorities. And I'm very familiar with the problem that the Hispanic has had, because I'm one of them, and I'm very proud of it. The only way that you council members can understand the situation of the minority is for the Hispanics. And since I'm a Hispanic, I'm probably qualified to say that, is for you all to be a Hispanic and you've never been. The only one that's part of it is our city manager, Mr. Torres. But Mr. Torres came back here late. You know, to me, he's just a boy. And for this board to succeed, we need time. Gentlemen, we need time. We need more time. This problem about the minority being excluded, it didn't start yesterday. It's been here for hundreds of years. Gentlemen, I remember when they used to make fun of me about me taking my tacos to school. It took about 40 or 50 years, but now that's all they eat. It replaces the bread. It sells more than bread, and that's a fact. So I think if the circle that is presently in place, and especially within the political arena, if that circle will allow some of the minority to get inside that circle and be able to look at what's inside, you'd be surprised what you're going to find out. There's a lot of brains amongst the minorities. And gentlemen, right now we have, and especially you that are the city leaders, you have a responsibility to prepare some of those leaders. It is a fact that, according to some of the experts, by the year of 2020-something, the Hispanic is going to be the majority. Gentlemen, we've got to prepare them to be the future leaders. Because if we don't prepare them, they're going to be frustrated. Frustration breeds violence. And to answer the question about, it's been asked, well, how many did they, the registered voters, how many did they voted? I doubted that out of the 80, I doubted that 10 of them voted. The reason is trust. And this is why that in the entire United States, and we saw it in our last election, the citizens, including the Anglo, they don't trust the city leaders anymore. So that's why they're not voting. And of course, on the minority, that's been a problem for many, many years. And for good things to happen, gentlemen, we need time. My original idea, and the support of Mrs. Nancy Watkins, I would like to ask this council to consider keeping this board, at least giving it another chance, like our council member Markham asked, at least for another 2 years. Good things do not happen overnight. It takes time. Thank you.
Questions or comments for Mr. Patino? Councilmember Williams?
Mr. Patino, can I get your feelings on broadening it out to more than 8 members?
I don't think that it hurt me feeling. I think it's a wonderful idea, Councilmember Williams. The only thing is that having a group of people, small group of people, it's easier to get them to agree on, to get on the same page, or to come to a compromise. So I think 8 people probably, it is, the problem is that when we have this board right now, the way it is diversified, it's hard. There's 4 cultures in there. The African American, the Asians, the Hispanic, and the Anglo. And having Anglo in there, it's very important. But one of the jobs of this board is to learn how to be able to function with the same mentality. For the Hispanic to go towards thinking like everybody else. I won't see it in my lifetime, but I hope sometime within maybe 50 years, maybe sooner, they're no longer in this great country of ours that we refer to as the African American, the Asian, and the Hispanics, and so on and so. I hope that someday in this great country, everybody will just address everybody as Americans, because that's what we are.
So you would not be in favor of opening up to beyond 8 members?
Mr. Williams, at this time, no, because I think we still, this is the problem, we're not being able to get together, or the problem with them, not me, because I know somebody said that I was a board member. No, I've never been a board member. And to answer Council Member David Averett, this board has only been in existence for less than 2 years. Because officially, it became a board of Haltom City after I got elected in the year 2000. Now, what happened before then, to me, that's with no concern of the city. The concern of the city is for the board, is that board is when it was created here by an ordinance, and I don't remember the month, but it's not even 2 years old.
Anything further, Councilman?
I have a question for the attorney, I guess, or the city secretary. To be on the minority board, you have to be a registered voter.
Look at your ordinance and see.
No, you don't. We struck that as a prerequisite for any board or commission. We discussed it and decided that we couldn't limit boards and commissions to only voters.
I thought we struck that they didn't have to give their number. It is struck that they
They
didn't
do
have
not
to.
have to be a registered voter.
Is that right? Okay.
I told you.
Anything further,
That's all.
Councilmember Williams? Gentlemen, we've discussed this issue quite a bit, and we do need to move forward. What I'd like to ask, with the consent of the council, thank you.
Any more questions?
Thank you, Mr. Patino. What I'd like to ask the council, with your consent, I'd like to start with Councilmember Markham and just come this way. Any comment you'd like to make that will kind of help us have an idea of what your thoughts are about the idea of the Minority Affairs Board, whether it continues or not, and the ex-official board members too. Yes, sir. Sir, you'll need to come forward, and since we made one, would you come to the microphone, please? Since we made one exception to our, go ahead. Since we made one exception to our rules earlier by allowing the gentleman to speak without having filled out a visitor's card, we'll extend the same courtesy to you. And tell us your name, please, and your address.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Jose Figueroa. I've lived in Haltom City 22 years.
And what is your address?
I live at 5917 Cimarron Trail.
Thank
here in Haltom City. And like I said, I moved here about 20 years ago, and at that time, I was in retail business, and when I moved here, the very first thing I thought about is that I didn't want to live in this city, so I looked to live like in Grapevine, but my family, they went to school here, and they liked the schools here, so I sacrificed, and we bought a home here 20 years ago. My kids graduated from Haltom High, 2 of them, and 1 from Richmond, and they like it here, so I've learned to like it here. When I moved here, I thought this community was very prejudiced, especially to Latinos. I hate the word Hispanic, but I've learned to like it. Cimarron Trail, the street I live on, is only like a block long. When I moved here, there was an Asian family, a Brazilian family, and us. Now, 20 years later, I think it's half minority and half Anglo. And we're like in the far north end of Haltom City. You can't go any further, because if you do, you're in Watauga. 12 years ago, I made a career change, and I became a school teacher. I went to work for Fort Worth. I work for the minority community. I'm what you call a bilingual teacher. And at that time, everybody says, well, you know, we don't need bilingualism. You know, they can be immersed, and they'll learn English. But 12 years later, I'm still a bilingual teacher. I get the little kids speaking Spanish, and when they leave my classroom, they speak English. And they have learned everything. The school I teach at is all Latino, and they are the top. It's Rufino Mendoza. They're exemplary. One time I went to one of the school meetings about TAS, and the very first thing the principal said was, the reason the scores are down is because we have too many minorities. And to me that meant that that person wasn't looking at the whole thing. They were looking for excuses. And I don't think we need excuses. I think what we need is, I think we need the minority board. I think we need to keep it small. I don't think 80 members would do any good. 15 members wouldn't be too bad. 8 members is good, but you know, if you want to expend on it, 15 members would probably be better. I'd like to serve on it. I filled out an application. I had never heard of this. Well, yes, I did. Mr. Herrera had mentioned it to me one time, but I had been kind of ill, and I hadn't been able to get involved. But then about 2 weeks ago, I read in the Star-Telegram about it, and so therefore I immediately thought, hey, I need to get involved. And that's why I'm here. I think we need it. 8 years ago, we used to have a storefront on Belknap, a police storefront, and I went over there, and I got involved with a class teaching ESL to the Asian community. I don't know if it's still there, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed working with the Asian community. I would have liked to work with the Latinos, but I'm willing to help anybody that needs help. And I think the board can help if it's given a chance. It just needs a chance. And somebody mentioned that we had like five minorities on the boards. I don't know the percents, how many boards we have, how many members there are. But if there's only 5 minorities serving, I don't think we're reaching out our potential. I think the Latino community, the Asian community, the African American community, they can all be a good part of our community, our government. But I know my race, we don't just step up and jump in right then. It takes us time to feel comfortable. I feel comfortable now. Thank you.
Members of the council, any question for the gentleman? Thank you very much. I would like for us to move forward with this item on the agenda, and I'd like to start with, if we could, with Councilmember Markham and just come by each position down and conclude with Councilmember Jennings. Actually, I'd like to say something before we move toward any kind of motion, but just give us your thoughts regarding the Minority Affairs Board, whether your thoughts are, should it continue, should it not, to give us just a summary, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the subject has been discussed thoroughly. I think the Minority Board needs to move forward. Like I said a little while ago, I think it needs a second chance. I think it needs to get on the same page and work together. I think that that is its biggest problem, is not being able to work together. We're all Americans. We're all citizens of Haltom City. Let's work together. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Hurley.
Just hang on. Do you hear me now? I agree with Mr. Markham. I think that we need to see some action or some results, but I think it's a little bit premature and that we should give it another chance to see what can develop. I'm in favor of continuing the board.
Councilmember Avery.
Mayor, like I stated earlier, the board's been in existence since, in some form or fashion, since 1998, and all we have to show for it is 80 people, new people registered to vote. You know, I have a difficult time supporting a board that in 4 years can muster 80 people, and I haven't seen any visible signs of increasing the minority participation within our community. With that being said, you know, maybe disbanding or dissolving the board altogether would be, you know, be kind of rash. Maybe what we should do is as Councilmember Williams suggested earlier, have it more of a, you know, expand the number of participants on the board, and maybe go with a chamber type. You know, that's something to explore. That's what I have to say, Mayor.
Councilmember Fowler.
Mr. Mayor, if you would, I'd like to hear your comments first, just so that it helped me. I'm trying to figure out where we're at on all this.
Hear my comments about
Well,
these
just what
boards.
you're feeling. I mean, I respect your opinion, and I feel like that it's vital, you know, you being the leader of our community, that, you know.
I don't mind speaking now or
if
later.
you don't mind,
Sure.
I'd appreciate that.
The Minority Affairs Board was brought into existence 4 years ago to do two things. To establish dialogue among the various ethnic groups in our city, number one, and number two, to find ways or try to explore ways to incorporate those minority groups into the political process. There was a need that existed then, and it was recognized. And that need still exists today. In fact, it exists today to a greater extent than it did 2 years ago because the minority population has increased over the last few years, and it's going to continue to increase. To divert just for a moment, I spoke with Jerry Plemons, the principal at West Birdville, right after school was out, and he told me when he became principal at West Birdville, or the academy at West Birdville 5 years ago, the minority population there was 30%. It was 60% this year, and he said they are preparing for 75% minority presence at West Birdville when school starts. Now, while it may not be quite as rapid all over the city as it is at West Birdville, the minority population is growing, and it will continue to grow, and that includes, as the gentleman spoke a moment ago, north of Loop 820. The 2000 census showed that in Haltom City, 1 out of 3 people who live here are minorities, and that's the largest percentage of any city in northeast Tarrant County. We're in a position, I believe, here in Haltom City to provide some very positive leadership among the larger Tarrant County area, as well as in Haltom City in particular, in addressing this issue of cultural diversity. We cannot do that if we disband this board. If we do disband this board, if that's the wish of this council, our challenge, I believe, is to put in place something better than we already have that will address the issue. And I don't know what that is. Maybe there is. But I'm convinced we need in Haltom City to be proactive in this area, and we need to keep the lines of communication open. The Minority Affairs Board, I believe, did make some progress, and it did do some good things before it got bogged down in some internal conflicts. And I think it's the nature of a board made up of members from different cultures to move at a slower pace, despite the best intentions of the people involved. Because in my 60 years, I've learned a few things, and I know working with minorities and working with all of us, it takes time to listen, it takes time to learn, it takes time to build trust, it takes time to break down cultural barriers so a group can move forward. And I believe the board started making progress again when a staff liaison was assigned last year. Our Human Resources Director brought his background and training to the table, and he gave that group some structure and some focus, and they did better for a few months until resignations and job changes and reassignments made it difficult for them to field a quorum. I really believe it's in the best interest of Haltom City over the long run to keep the Minority Affairs Board in place, and for us, not just the elected officials, but the community at large, for us to tackle the tough issues of how to make it work and succeed. I know it. I wish I had a magic wand, and we don't. I know it's real hard, for example, for a person in our city, a resident from Southeast Asia, who's recently moved into our community from a country that has had a communist regime with constant coups and confiscation and assassinations. It's hard for those individuals in one moment to be able to trust the police and trust the military and trust government. And it's not easy to try to get people with different traditions and customs and different mindsets and different perspectives and different values and objectives to harness all of that and to focus it until it can all come together and function with dignity and mutual respect in a civilized society like we're trying to create. That's why this task before us in Haltom City is tough. It is not easy. Opening dialogue and exploring ways to incorporate minorities into the political process will not be easy. But what is worthwhile is usually not easy. It will test our patience, it'll take time, but I'm convinced the alternative is just simply not acceptable. We can choose to ignore our cultural diversity, and a growing diverse population then will have the choice to make either to tolerate or to rebel. And I don't want that to happen. And I think experience in other cities shows us that it only takes one person or maybe a handful of people from a minority community file a federal lawsuit and get a judge to order single-member districts to ensure minority representation. And that result does not always bring about the best leadership to the table. And it does not always produce the best government, but it does bring a balance in racial representation. And I had much rather us in Haltom City to celebrate our diversity and to find ways to maximize the enrichment that the various cultures bring to the table and the other benefits in a diverse community. I think it's a wiser choice, a wiser course for Haltom City to be proactive rather than reactive later when racial issues blow up in our face. And I don't want that to happen. I think the Minority Affairs Board is proactive, and it's a proactive approach toward racial diversity. And I sure would like to see it continue, give it another chance, and see if we can't make it happen. Mr. Fowler?
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. I guess I'm not one to sugarcoat a lot of things. I look at this situation. I look at the man sitting to my direct right. I know not whether Mr. Torres is Hispanic. How much I would assume with the last name Torres, he probably has some. I don't think that whether a person's Hispanic, whether they're African American, whether they're we've left out women as minorities. We've left out youth as minorities. Everyone can get into a classification of minority. I don't believe in those boundaries. I had the good fortune of running for this council when I was 22 years old. The median age of the council at that point was probably 55 years old. I could have considered myself a minority, but I felt like the best thing to do was step forward and run for a council seat or take the charge and take the initiative, which I feel like these individuals that are here have done. It's a shame that you're correct, whoever had spoken, Mr. Herrera, I believe, or Mr. Clayton, about there being 20,000 registered voters and we get 800 to turn out for an election. It's pathetic. It really is. But that's all of us. That's pathetic on every registered voter that doesn't take time to get out and be part of the process. I don't feel like, I guess, looking at it from my perspective, I'm almost offended by it, the fact that we say that we're, as a minority group, when I have an individual right here that I don't know that there's anyone that, I didn't have the opportunity to be part of the process in hiring him, but from what I've dealt with him, I don't know that there's anyone more qualified at this point right now than Mr. Torres. I have all the faith in the world in him. Did I look and did it matter his last name was Torres? No. That doesn't have any effect on how I work with this gentleman. And I don't feel like that's present in our community. I feel like that we need to get out and work on things as Haltom City residents and as Americans. We're all going to maintain our culture. I don't think Mr. Patino's very proud of being, and Mr. Figueroa's proud of being Latin or Hispanic. I would never ask y'all to lose your culture, nor should y'all ask myself as an Anglo or Mr. Clayton as an African American. I think that's what makes America so great, is the diversity that we have. But I don't know that we really focus in and put boundaries on people and say, you're a minority. You have to stay in this little group. No, you just say you're a resident of Haltom City and, get out here and get on a board and commission. Take part of being part of the process. I think it's important that we do get out, maybe as a volunteer services board, and ask people to come be part of the process. If we don't, then we're remiss as a whole community. We're not remiss as individual groups or minorities or the council, because I don't feel like this council or any of the boards and commissions, I feel like we all work well together. I don't feel like that we label each other as minorities. If that were the case, I would say first and foremost we need to set that up, and we need to break down those barriers. I just don't feel like those barriers are there personally. That's all I have.
Councilmember Williams?
I apologize to the audience. I didn't have a written statement to read. I didn't know we were going to be called on in this manner to give an opinion. If memory serves me right, at the very beginning of this meeting, we stood and had invocation. And then we turned to the flag, which stands for every person in here. And we did a pledge. And there's a portion in that pledge that says one nation under God. It doesn't say Hispanics. It doesn't say African Americans. It doesn't say Anglos. It doesn't say women. It doesn't say men. It's one nation. We all in this room are one. We're the same. We're created by God equally. I don't know if you believe in the Bible or not, but the Bible will teach you all men are created equally. We had a workshop a couple of weeks ago. We discussed the minority board. The workshop was questioned whether it was a legal workshop or not. We'll be discussing that later on tonight. We'll find out the answer to that. But during a portion of that, I don't remember, I think it was our mayor said that the biggest problem with this board was leadership. I really took offense to that, because the leader of that board is Marvin Clayton. He's the gentleman that I put on that board. And I don't think really it went toward Marvin Clayton didn't have leadership, I think it's because I put him on the board. And for a year or a year and a half, I guess nearly 2 years, Marvin Clayton was the only African American on that board. We had an Asian on the board, and he was the only Asian on the board. The rest of the board was made up of women or Hispanic. I think that when we limit this thing to 8 people, we're going back to making a minority. That's a minority of 39% of the people that live in this city. And if this board wants to stay with 8 people and not let anybody more in it, I think Mr. Clayton said that he was probably open-minded to go ahead. I didn't ask every board member. I would like to see it grow in numbers. But this board's destiny lays in its own hands. If y'all want to get one-sided, have all one group, all one culture in it, you're not going to succeed. I don't see any colors out there. I see all human beings, all created equal. I hate that this is even on here. I hate that we have to address it. I wish that these people would come forward and serve. I wish they weren't drawn back. It's not my fault. It's not Mr. White's fault. It's not y'all's fault. This has been going on for years, and it's something that's been laid in our lap. And tonight, we're sitting here having to make a decision on what the future of this board is going to be, and I don't think it's fair to this council. I think this board should have succeeded before now. I don't think it's on account of leadership. I think it's on account of diversion. I think if you want to stick with 8 people on this board, you're still diversion. You're dividing yourself away from the rest of the citizens that want to be on it, may want to serve on it, and it will not succeed as long as you limit your membership.
Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As politicians, we're usually pretty quick to correlate everything with the voter. What does the voter think? What does the voter do? And I think in this instance, we've looked at what the minority board has done in at least one facet. How many voters have they registered? We don't judge the beautification board by how many trees they plant. We don't judge the park board by how many football games are played. And I just don't see how it's fair to judge the minority board by how many voters they register. And if they do register any, how many of those people vote? That's really not what we're here to discuss. This is not a voter problem. This is what Haltom City stands for as a city. What do we as a group of individuals want our community to be like? That's what it boils down to here tonight. There's been some real good words spoken here tonight. I'm in agreement with a lot of them. I'm in disagreement with some. Since September the 11th, I think everyone in this room has been an American. There are some of us in this room tonight that have never been a minority, and we may never well be. That's not the problem that we're here to face tonight. The problem that we're here to face tonight is, where do we want to go from here? What do we want from this group of individuals? I feel that if we increase the membership of this board, we increase the opportunity for strife. A house is built on a foundation. If you don't have a good foundation, a storm comes, your house is going to blow away. I think if we try to expand the board before the board is ready to be expanded, I don't think that's a good thing to do. I feel comfortable with 8 people on this board as a foundation, and work from that point and let those people go out and gather in people. I feel comfortable with the fact that there are people in the city of Haltom City that want this to work. And believe me, as a group, I think everybody up here wants this to work. And the question is, what are we going to do to make it work? Councilmember Markham says everybody deserves a second chance. I agree. And I think sometimes people need a third chance and a fourth chance. We have to ask ourselves the question, are we willing as a city to give up? I, for one, am not. I don't think anybody on this council is a quitter. I think we need to determine what the best course of action for this particular board and commission is, and that's what we're here to do tonight. And it's not easy. That's why we get this $10 a meeting, because we sit up here and make this kind of decision. Mayor White talked about one of the local schools here that very soon is going to be 75% minority. There may come a time in the United States when Anglos are minority. I would like to think that sometime in the future, and I'm like Mr. Patino, I don't believe it's going to be in my lifetime, I don't believe it's going to be in his lifetime, and I don't believe it's going to be in anybody's lifetime in this meeting here tonight, that we can all look at each other and we'll all just be Americans. That is a long way down the road. But what we do here tonight as a group could very well be the first step. We've looked at what other cities do, and I'll tell you, I'm as guilty as anybody else. When things get started, when we start talking, well, what's Richland Hills doing? What's North Richland Hills doing? Well, that's good on some things. But on other things, you've got to step forward and you've got to be the leader. If this council hadn't stepped forward as a group in the last couple of years, we wouldn't be building new recreation centers, and we wouldn't be building new public works centers, and we wouldn't have new animal control shelters. So as a group, as a unified group, we're going to have to take this first step. And some people say, well, we've already taken it. Sure we have. And when you're young and you learn to walk, you fall down from time to time. Well, maybe we've fallen down on this board. I have to ask myself, other than funding, what have we done to make this thing work? As a council, what have we done to make this board work? We have taken away the liaisons to these boards and commissions. I still think that's the proper decision. But it's incumbent on the boards, if they have a problem and they need direction and they need help, then we're here to guide and we're here to help. And we can't give help if we're not asked for it. Then it's then it's council interference. So there's a fine line we've got to walk there. We want this thing to work. I think we owe it to this board or commission to fill the spots that are vacant now. And sometimes it's not easy, but you cannot act as a board or commission in Haltom City if you don't have a quorum. You've got to start somewhere. So based on the information that I've heard here tonight, I personally would be for extending this board a second chance. And if it takes a third chance, I guess I would be willing to extend this board a third chance. And as an individual, I would be willing to extend my help in any way that I can to see to it that this works, because I don't think that we can accept the alternatives. This has to work. This has to work for Haltom City. We are ethnically diverse, and we're going to continue to be in the next 20 years. What is our goal as a council for the next 24 months is the question that should be asked here tonight, not what is the minority board's goal in the next 24 months. So I think as a group we're going to have to work together here. I don't have all the answers. I have a lot of the questions, but I don't have all the answers. But I think that we're going to have to sit down, and I think we have a core here that we can work with. I think we owe it to this board to fill these vacancies that are there now, and I think we need to give them time. Anything to be gained other than possibly creating more members on a board or commission that you don't really need. And that ties back to what we're doing here. So I would be for absolving all of the ex officio members to all the boards and commissions. And I would be for extending the minority board another chance and extending to them all the possible help that we as a council can give them to make this thing work one more time.
Okay, gentlemen, I think we've talked this subject through very thoroughly. We've spent quite a bit of time, and this has been time well spent. And the discussion has been very profitable and has given us some sense of direction, I believe, and some focus. I'm ready now to receive a motion regarding item number 15. What is the pleasure of the council? Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the person that put this on the agenda, I think it's only proper that I make a motion. I would like to make a motion that the minority board of the City of Haltom City continue, and that we as a council fill all of the vacant positions that are vacant at this time, and that we offer to the minority board any and all assistance that we can give them in order that they make this a functioning, viable entity of the city of Haltom City. Also, as part of that, I would also like to stipulate that we do away with ex officio members to all boards and commissions.
Hey, gentlemen, you've heard the motion. Councilmember Markham.
I'll second that motion, Mayor.
We have a motion, a second. I think the motion is very clear. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Williams.
Yes, sir, I will vote in favor of this, but I'm really not in favor of holding it to 8 people, but I will give them a second chance.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councilmember Avery.
Mayor, I'd just like to reiterate what Councilmember Williams said. I will vote in favor of this, but I am really in favor of expanding the board membership.
Okay. Further discussion? Gentlemen, register your votes. And that carries 5 votes in favor and 1 opposed. We have one other item that may take a minute or two to address. Do we need to take a break? Okay, I'm getting time out. Let's take 5 if we can this time, gentlemen. Okay, gentlemen, it's 10:35. We have a quorum present. We're ready to continue our meeting. We come now to item number 16. And Mr. Avanzini, I can see it's been a long night for you as well as for us, and I apologize for that. Sometime the last guy on the list has to wait a while. My name starts with W, and I've always been last, but your name starts with A, and that's always been at the top. So thank you for your patience tonight. Mr. Pliska, would you like to introduce items number 16?
Thank you, Mayor. City Council members, citizens of Haltom City. This item is P026-01, which is continued from the May 13, 2002 city meeting, and its consideration and action regarding the application of Mr. John Avanzini for the final plat of lots 1 through 10, Block 1, Fred White Addition, being a plat of tracts 19J, 19K, and 19K1A of the G Acres Survey, Abstract 30, containing approximately 3.95 acres of land located on the west side of Weaver Street in the 2500 to 2600 block of Weaver Street. This case was tabled by the City Council at the May 13, 2002 meeting in order to address some outstanding drainage issues which might impact Silona Heights, a residential subdivision which abuts the development to the west. Brief purpose, the applicant is final platting the property in order to develop the site and to meet the city's subdivision ordinance requirements. I have given you the zoning, the location, and size of the property already. The utility company contacts have all been made. The existing utility locations are addressed here. Thoroughfares access to the property will be from Weaver Street. Fire protection is addressed in the necessary required statements on the plat. Floodplain information has also been addressed through panel 311. The developer is required to install sidewalks along Weaver. However, the applicant has requested a variance from this requirement and will follow this plat. P&Z Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the final plat at the April 23, 2002 meeting. However, staff recommends at this time denial of final plat request P02601. The document does not meet the minimum requirements stated in the city's subdivision ordinance. That's ordinance 95-020-15. The major items that are currently outstanding are as follows. The applicant has not resubmitted any additional information to indicate compliance with Article 49 of the storm drainage facilities. The applicant has not submitted his proposal, his proposed technical specifications, proposed contract, bonding, etc. And item 3, the applicant has not submitted documentation indicating that the proposed private road, Sassy Lane, will be constructed in accordance with the city's standards. Additionally, there are other minor items that the applicant must address in order to comply with the subdivision ordinance. However, the engineering department is currently reviewing the applicant's resubmittal information, which was received on June 13, 2002. This late resubmittal date has only allowed the engineering department a limited amount of time to review this information. I formally submit the plat with this, and of course then the variance that will follow.
Okay, members of the council, any questions for Mr. Pliska? Thank you. Yes, Richard, and then Mr. Fowler.
Ask one if I could, Mayor. Did staff make a recommendation to P&Z prior to them taking action back in April?
P&Z refers or is an advisory body to the council. This is an ongoing situation in this particular situation. The drainage issue was still a cloudy issue at that time, and P&Z was not aware of the impact on Salona Heights at the time.
So there was not a recommendation from staff for approval?
No, at that point. There were still drainage concerns considering this issue. And again, P&Z is an advisory body to the council. The council has the final decision on this.
Did that answer your questions? Councilmember Fowler.
Help clarify that for city manager real quick, having the opportunity to serve on that board at that time. Part of the process it goes through is just based on the merits of the plat itself, if everything's done correctly and so on and so forth. Correct me if I'm wrong, that was more of what we discussed at that time, not necessarily the drainage issues to help Mr. Pliska. He would provide the commission with the information necessary to make it based on that specific lot if it meets the subdivision requirements or the all our zoning requirements and so on and so forth. So the flooding issue was not something that was greatly considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission at that time.
Any further questions or comments for staff? Thank you, Mr. Pliska.
Thank you, Mayor.
We have 3 speakers' request cards, the first of which is Mr. Avanzini. Mr. Avanzini, would you like to come forward and address the council at this time regarding your request for this plat?
Hi, my name is John Avanzini. I appreciate, first off, you guys being here at 11 o'clock at night because I don't even want to be here, and this is my business, so thank you. Started this thing a year and 8 months ago. Most helpful of staff here. They've always answered every question. If I call them, they always call me back. They always give me the answer I need to take time. Mr. Pliska's always taken time, so I have no issue with the staff here. Where I'm at, we put in for our plat. We had a drainage study, drainage problem arose with that situation that's been ongoing for years. We said, we met with the staff here, and they said, let's get together. Let's have half associates look at it. I'm sure you guys know all that. Got to the half associates report. They stated that there wasn't a problem with what our property was doing, is my understanding. Then we went to the meeting on the 23rd. We had staff approval. They said they wanted to table the issue so staff could read that report. Fine. I get a memorandum from Haltom City Planning and Engineering, and it's dated, I got it on the 20th, and it's on the 16th. It was sent out May 16th. And what it states is it says I had to have a water profile, a sewer profile, and a drainage study, a drainage survey. So I went ahead and did the water and did the sewer. profiles that they asked for. They also asked for, in that drainage, they wanted me not only to take my 4 acres to the street, which I agreed to originally, which we submitted with our drawings, that we would take our water to the street. They submitted, and I have it here, they want me to take 94, where's it at? 94, it's 94 cubic feet per second to the street through our property. If we look at it, and I don't know if you guys have a copy of the half report. You guys can have that? On figure 1, if you look at figure 1, it'll show where the water flows right now, and that map was, I think it was May 6, 2002, that map was drawn. If my memory served me right, the water flows, my property being the 4 acres, it flows to the southwest corner of my property. It doesn't flow anywhere but there. I've stood there, I've watched it full of water, that's where it flows. That's where and that information was derived from the maps that the Haltom City Engineering Department gave half, this original. So this is where I've got 4 acres going to the streets, home, and proven that. But now they want me to bring 95 cubic feet per second to the street and run it uphill. I can't possibly do that. If I could do that, I wouldn't be here. I'd be doing something completely different. That was just one of the issues there. I can't, like I said, I can't do that, and I don't think that when we were in our last meeting, you guys said, let's take and give you 30 days so they can go and read the half report and say you have to do that, because the half report doesn't say I have to do that. The half report is what we paid as a city, or your city paid to find out what I needed to do. The recommendation from the half report is when the site is fully developed, and that is what they base Article 49 on, Item 1. That's one of the problems I have right now that they're saying I have. Item 1, the last sentence in it says the drainage facility shall be designed based on potential and fully developed conditions. Not half developed, but fully developed. So if they fully developed that situation according to the half report and how that the water would flow to the street in my lot and the lot to the north of me, and there's another lot up to the north of us that encompasses 11 acres of land, which is potentially 1/4 of the water running into that box. If that's taken to the street, the half report says that the curb inlets are large enough to receive that water, if it's taken to the street. If it's left in its present condition, it runs around the back and runs around between Mr. Hafley's property and Mr. Chisholm's property, runs into that box, and that box cannot service the need. So the situation on Item 2, on what the city's holding me back, on my on their, I think it's Item 49, Item 2, the last thing says, solution to protect property shall be developed. That is what HAF did in their report. They gave a conclusion. They said that it's not a great situation. You've got 45 acres going to one area, but now you're taking 1/4 of the water out. And anyone who lives in Solana Heights, if they have water coming in their door, and someone can say, we're going to take 1/4 of that situation out, I would like to see one of them say, we don't want that. And we also called this HAF and Associates and talked to Keith Freeman and Mike Moya, and I asked them, I said, are we affecting Solana Heights? And they said, it doesn't state that in our report that you're affecting them. And I'm like, well, would you give me a letter saying that? And they said, no, we're reluctant to give you a letter because we're working for Haltom City. And I don't have an issue with that. I know that we're helping. Anytime you take 1/4 of the water out of a situation, you're helping. My final summary on the deal is the development is going to bring the relief to that. And it's not a great situation, but that's going to bring the relief. Not me pushing. I can't push water uphill. So I would like to get my plat. I've been here 1 year and 8 months. I've waited. I've had a couple different times that I could throw down and do something different. I've always waited. And I know I've done what's right. I know you guys will do what's right, and whatever it is, I'll agree with it. But I just wanted to, I'd like to develop my property.
Members of the council, questions or comments for Mr. Avanzini? Councilmember Williams.
Mr. Avanzini, first of all, I'd like to apologize for holding you here this late. We should have moved you ahead. I just thought it was going to take that long. Didn't we discuss this before, and a lot of the water coming on you is coming off the school district?
Yes, sir.
Schoolyard. I guess I'd have a question for staff. I know it's been a while back when that school was built. How are they able to throw this water off on these property owners and not have a, I'll get all the staff up here. How could they do that, throw that off and leave it on the burden of the property owner to disperse the water?
I can't tell you for a fact for this specific case, but my experience from what I've seen elsewhere in Haltom City, Mr. Fowler's aware of this. In the past, up until about 10, 15 years ago, drainage wasn't the consideration that it is today. As recently as the 80s, if water was going downhill, when a development would come, it would still throw the water over there, maybe channelized. It just was never given, from what I can see, any more forethought than that. That's where the water's always going. That's the way our development, yes, it'll be more water. Perhaps it'll even be channelized. It was going there before. That's where we'll let it go post-development. And I think that's not just a situation in Haltom City. I think that's throughout the Metroplex. However, it's caught up with us. And more recently, it's caught up with us, like I said, in the last 10, 15 years, but it's been very noticeable with the increased development we've had in the mid-90s, and in the last 3 to 4 years, it's been exacerbated throughout the city.
Is there any way we can get any relief off the school for the problem they're causing? Because the majority of that, is the, I guess, the playground or the recreation part of that school out there is what's pushing it.
I have not met with the school district recently. Prior to Mr. Avanzini's development, there have been other developments in the area. Mr. Chisholm has developed his to immediate south, and Mr. Randy Hafley's developed to the south of Mr. Chisholm. And during the times of Mr. Chisholm's development and Mr. Hafley's development, I have met with the school district, but at that time, they weren't willing to do anything. And I don't want to make it sound like they were cold-natured. They have a little bit of funding identified for work such as this, and the school district would rather spend their money on schools, on education, than they would on, addressing drainage or cleaning up their buildings and grounds for these specific types of problems.
Well, I'd really rather their students' feet be dry when they get to school. And these houses down on Sloan and that. Yeah, I think we got a terrible burden on this gentleman here and the other, Mr. Hafley out there. Water runs downhill and it just happens to run across their property. But, a large portion of that water is run from the schoolyard. And when you take that big of a volume of water and put it, and it's going to go somewhere, I'm sure nobody gave this property to him. And, I would like to see us try to approach the school to get some sort of relief on this as well. I don't think the city should have to bear it, and I don't think Mr. Avanzini should have to bear their entire cost. I think there's some responsibility from the school on that.
I agree. I just have not been successful. Mind you, this isn't the only place I've talked to the school about drainage. And in the other locations I've met with the school district as well, I have not been successful.
Let's get the attorney to address this.
Let me state one other thing. Did you tell him to address it? I didn't want to.
Do you want to say something before he does?
No, it wasn't in regards to that.
Okay, all right.
What you were saying. Sorry.
We're going to have the attorney address this.
John, I'm interpreting your question to be what, if anything, can the city do to require the school district to help alleviate some of the drainage?
Yeah, is there any liability there for the school district?
Well, I'm not going to state on the public record what liability the school district may
Could
have
there
for
be?
this, but certainly all property owners are responsible for properly handling flow of water from and across their property, and especially if the water is diverted onto someone else's property. There are statutes in the state that deal with that. There's also constitutional provisions that deal with that too. But our control as a home rule city with regard to development and with regard to drainage in particular applies at the time of the development of properties. And we do have control over properties in the city, including properties owned by other governmental entities, and they would be required to comply with our drainage requirements. But our authority to deal with that situation comes at the time of development, and if the school district's not coming before us to receive any permit approvals or the like, we don't have a lot of authority to just ask them or tell them to do something. We don't have a big enough stick to make them do it in that circumstance.
I guess this is just a lesson that you learn in the future on these developments. We need to keep an eye on that and make sure that we're not putting ourselves.
Well, it kind of infers the importance of the plating process. This is when a city secures these
design standards, easements, right-of-ways, and up until at this point, the school district has not been required to plat.
Anything further, Councilmember Williams?
No.
Councilmember Fowler.
Couple of things real quick, Mayor. As Greg had mentioned, having the opportunity to work in some of the other communities, I know Keller's lot specific. You have to have drainage on every lot for residential, whatever. It all requires a survey from in the field before you even, once you set forms on a project, before your foundation's poured, they have a drainage survey or a drainage inspection. Not to delay Mr. Avanzine, that's just, of course, I've been in the same situation where a huge amount of water was dumped, as Mr. Van Nieuwenhuis alluded to, that you know, I've had to take care of in the city, that back in the mid-'80s when we were blessed with some of the lack of, I guess, a better thought process and drainage, they just dumped it from one property to the next and no one worried about it. Situation we're in here, which I want to help, you know, I am a big believer in development, and especially you taking care of your problem and your situation, but then again, I want to see if there's something we can do just in case there's some easement. Have we looked any further into carrying part of the water into the storm sewer that's on Weaver Street? Were you able to look at any of that, Greg, see if it's possible?
This is a difficult problem, and I might be telling you more than you want to know, but I guess that's my MO. By a strict interpretation of the subdivision ordinance, he is to carry the amount he quoted, and that's what I was directed to do. And I provided Mr. Avanzini that information 3 days after council met. Now, from a practical standpoint, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense for Mr. Avanzini to carry, was it 94 CFS? Let's just say 94 cubic feet per second of water. But there does seem like there's some middle ground. I also remember in that meeting, Mr. Avanzini was supposed to get with our Department of Economic Development. I don't know whether he's done that or not. It doesn't seem for me to make a lot of sense to have him design a drainage structure to handle 94 cubic feet per second and dump it into either a street or a drainage system in Weaver that can't handle 94 cubic feet per second. So what's the solution? Well, I think the solution is to design a system that will provide increased relief for the residents of Salona, and at the same time won't be an undue burden to the drainage system in Weaver Street. And in order to do that, you would have to obtain a variance from our city's drainage requirements. Is that appropriate? Well, I think in this situation it would be. Have we done similar things in the past? I can think of one that occurred within the last year, and that was for a development on Beach Street where the property was drained straight to the back, to the private property behind that. And the developer of that property regraded his property so that he got some of his water to Beach Street, but not all. So he had to increase the amount of runoff that went to the rear of the property, but we looked at the amount of runoff, and the property behind his property was a cemetery, so the net effect was minimal. And in that case, Planning and Zoning Commission granted the variance, and it was taken before the City Council and granted as well. And I think we need to look at something like that. I think what Mr. Avanzini needs to understand too is while the net effect, he is reducing X amount, and I think he said 4 acres from the overall drainage area. Yes, he's doing that. But at the same time, he's diverting water around the back of his property that wasn't going there previously. It was going across his property, hitting Mr. Chisholm's property, and then going around Mr. Chisholm's property. Now, it's a small point, but it is a diversion of water nonetheless. And my understanding of Texas drainage law or Texas water law in this situation is you're not allowed to divert water in that manner. And he would be, by his plan, would be a negative impact to 1 or 2 residents of Salona Heights. From what I've seen from the Salona area, the drainage, we've in fact hired an engineering firm for somewhere around $10,000 to look at that. We've had those residents speak before us at a city council meeting. I think it's incumbent on us to consider those residents, whether it be 1 resident or 2 residents, and if there's something that we can do to help that situation, comply with the state of Texas's drainage laws, and at the same time comply with our subdivision ordinance to the best of our ability, and where we can't, where the subdivision ordinance just doesn't seem to make a lot of reasonable sense in this situation, apply for the variance. And I think that would be the best solution to this entire plan. The problem with that solution is time. Mr. Avanzini has been very patient. I'll be the first to admit 1 year, 8 months is a long period of time. This was a difficult spot. It's a small area. I don't know what the total acreage is. 4 acres. And on the surface, it would seem unreasonable for a gentleman to have to wait 1 year and 8 months to plat 4 acres. But this isn't, as I've just explained to you, with all that's involved, this isn't just your ordinary 4-acre tract of land. Therefore, it's had to go through the process that it's gone through. And in my estimation, it's either not done and needs to go further, or it needs to be denied.
Anything further, Councilmember Fowler?
Carry on for just a minute, and if y'all bear with me. Have you had opportunity to speak with the school system, Greg, or James, either one, on
No, not on this specific issue recently.
would, and I know without studying and so on and so forth, you don't know for sure, but thumbnail sketch, would it help eliminate some of the problem if the school would regrade their property, or if it were regraded naturally? Because that's somewhat inexpensive for...
It would help his situation, but to regrade it, the school would be dumping water on Salona out front, and it would be going south towards the Salona Circle area. So while you may be helping some of those residents in the northeast corner of the Salona Heights addition, I don't think we would be doing a favor to those people living on the west side and ultimately on the south side of the Salona Heights. The water's all getting to those people that live on the south that...
Well, it's all getting to the south no matter what we do, so...
Well, if we can direct some of it towards Weaver and let it go down Weaver to Midway and then to the 121 underpass, we're taking it away before it even gets to Salona.
Okay,
The problem
that's
is...
what I'm getting at. Is there a way to set up that you know of some type of inlet structure at the rear of those properties to the corner of the school's facility, and then regrade the school's facility where, as you said, put part of the water to the west and part of the water take it to the east to Weaver Street?
It may be able to be done, but it would be expensive and it'd be fairly time consuming, and I think that's the issue with Mr. Avanzini. He would be looking at building some type of drainage system underground through his property next to Mr. Chisholm's or dead center down his property, and then once it got to the Weaver Street right-of-way, staying in the Weaver Street right-of-way, going to the south, tying into the curb inlet in Weaver Street. So,
I mean, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but is that something that makes sense? It's feasible at all?
if Mr. Avanzini is willing to wait longer, and that's what council wants to do, it's worth looking into, but the time issue may be better addressed by Mr. Avanzini.
Let me say this about what you're saying right now. From what I've read this, and I didn't get this till that last meeting, what they've said, hey, if we run they'll approve it if we run 95 cubic feet per second underneath our property and tie it into, the only place we could tie it into is an existing box culvert that is in between Mr. Chisholm's and Mr. Hafley's property. The report states that that box culvert right now cannot take it. It says it will not take the 5-year, or it takes a 5-year, but it doesn't take above a 5-year, and there's some quotes, some formulas I'm not totally understanding, but what they do say is that if it travels across the top of the grade and like comes out of my property, comes out of the one to the north, and comes out of the one to the north of them, and travels into the street, the hump in the street, for lack of a better word, is not so high that the water will not travel across it and go to the far side of the street and the east side of Weaver, and if I'm saying this right, it will get into the curb inlets on the east side of Weaver. So in the case you had, let's say, a 10-year flood or a 25-year flood, whatever that would be, you have a quarter of the water not going into that culvert. It's going across into the street, and then it'll flow over the top of the street to the opposite side and use that side of the box culvert where there's not as much of a drainage load. And it just states right in the report that that box will not take more water, so to put one in there would be redundant. And that's what we waited a year for. And the study is for them to give us a conclusion on what we can do to make this situation not perfect, but to make it where it'll work. And the one thing I wanted to say too on that, and this is off the point, but I also got item number 3 you said or something where I did not address a street. I got a memorandum here I'm addressing everything that's on that memorandum. I've not received a memorandum to my knowledge of the street. Now, that doesn't mean my secretary didn't get it to me, of the street design, but I want you to know that I'm trying to address everything that we were talking about.
Councilmember Fowler.
One last question for Greg. We'd spoken previously also on the detention area or cutting across the park facility with some type of swell. Would that possibly help also? If you had said that the property owners to the west side of Salona Circle would be inundated with more water then, but if you were to cut some type of swell across there that took it into the behind the Moneta Street in the drainage, in the surface drainage there, the culvert on Moneta, would that help relieve some of the?
I'm not so sure we can get there. The engineering firm that we've hired to look at Salona Heights, they're looking at that right now, and the initial data they've gotten from their survey is that they don't think that they can get from Salona over to that drainage ditch by Moneta. So a solution may be to use the school's yard as a detention pond. I don't know, you know, I have my preference for when you have to have detention structures, when you have a developed area, and that's the only answer that you have left, is to use it in a park area. And the reason for that is when it's raining, you're not normally using your park, so it's a fairly safe area to use as a detention area. And it seems like that's kind of what that back area of the school's property is. But it would have to be further analyzed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Torres, and then Councilmember Williams.
Greg, I don't know Mr. Avanzini, and I'm assuming you're not a civil engineer?
No, sir.
You're not? Okay, so that makes you the only civil engineer in this room that I'm aware of. So I gotta rely on you, okay? Mr. Avanzini's, and you too, James, Mr. Avanzini has absolutely responded in such a way to counter y'all's recommendations in here, and so I think it's real important for both of y'all to speak up. If there's something being said that's wrong or incorrect, y'all need to voice your opinion, whether we want to hear it or not. It's vitally important. So speak up.
I think I've already said I disagree with Mr. Avanzini. I think he is diverting the natural flow of water. Now, it may not be much, but I think by strict interpretation, it's the way I understand it, he is diverting the natural flow of water. And I think when he does that, he leaves the city in a bad situation if we go ahead and approve this plat in this manner. And so I'm recommending, based on that.
Is Salona Circle gonna be impacted with one drop more by his proposed development?
Certain properties on Salona Circle, yes. Not all the properties. The properties in the northeast corner, yes, will be impacted with what he proposes to do in a negative manner.
If you're impacting properties in Salona Circle on the northeast corner, you're most certainly impacting all of Salona Circle, because all the drainage off of that northeast section of Salona Circle is all draining back to the same area.
Right.
Is that correct?
For the most part, there would be no difference to the Salona residents, except for one or two properties in the northeast corner. They're the ones that are getting the water that's being diverted by his development, where before they weren't getting that water. Properties, one or two houses below them, were getting that water. So they would be getting water that they're now not currently getting. So they would be negatively impacted. So that
that to me,
that's one of mine. The second major item was his bonds, his proposed contracts, his technical specs. I don't have those today. He is giving me plan and profile sheets. Yes, I have those. We're in the middle of fixing up our comments and sending them to him. And the last item on the list was conformance or verification that his street meets city requirements. Now, that is an issue that has been from day one. He was told that he can have a private street, however, he can have a private street if it meets the city's minimum street standards. To date, I don't have anything that verifies that Sassy Lane meets our minimum street standards. So that's been an outstanding issue from the beginning. So I guess, yes, I'd like to refute what Mr. Avanzini has stated.
my biggest concern absolutely is the people on Salona Circle, because they live there, they go home there every night. In the short time I've been here, there've been a lot of people coming in complaining about the city needing to do something. And we're taking a step forward. We're going to address that problem. I feel confident that that's going to happen. But for us to impact it in a negative way, in any way, before we have had an opportunity to address it and remedy some of that, I have big concern about that. And I know it's unfortunate for Mr. Avanzini and his proposed development, because we certainly want that new development here. I mean, no question, we want new development. But I have to question, do we want it at the expense of existing residents that may put water in their house? I have a concern about that.
I called Half Associates, who we based this whole survey on, and that's what this whole thing was done by. They said, we'll get a neutral party to do a survey, find out what the bottom line is on it. I called Keith Freeman. He did the report. He said, I actually have a recording of it. Now, that has no big precedence in law, but he said that there is no impact by your property onto Salona Heights.
But do we have that in writing?
I said, and this is what I said. I said, would you get me a letter stating that? He said, let me talk to my superior. So then I let a week go by, and then I called down there. He wasn't there for 2 or 3 days, and I got Mike Moya, who was I guess, the physical engineer. His boss. And he said, it does not affect it. If it doesn't state it in that thing, you're not affecting their property. I said, would you give me a letter stating that? He says, I'm reluctant to. Let me call Greg. God is my witness. He said, let me call Greg at the city and see how they feel about that. Because I didn't hire him. You guys hired him. But they hired him to do the study for our situation. So, I mean, I'm frustrated in the fact that I've waited a year for the study. Then when the study comes out and the people tell me what it is, then they are slanted in a way where they do not want to tell. If they won't write me a letter over that, then that's wrong. Because I've complied, I've waited, I've done everything I need to do. And for them to say that I'm not impacting them twice, then...
But what one will say and what one will put in writing is often
Well,
different.
I mean, that's probably the bottom line, but they gave the conclusions on that thing, and I'm taking 1/4 of the water. I'm moving in with the final development. We're taking 1/4 of the water out from behind that building. If you look at that figure 1, it shows the water goes right around the back of that building, regardless of what I do. If I don't develop anything, that water goes right around the back of that building. So what I'm doing is I'm taking 1/4 of the problem out of their neighborhood. And I don't know what else I could do. I mean, I don't know what else I could do on that. I've waited, other than just turn my land over to you guys and say, have it as a detention pond. I don't think that's the right thing. And I've waited for that survey, and they came back, and those are results. And if they've told you that, I'd like you to say if they told you that.
No.
Have you asked that?
Yes, and the interesting thing is, the whole reason why we hired Half was so we'd have an independent third party. As I told you, the drainage on this property has been contentious from the beginning, and that's why it's taken so long. So in the event that surrounding property owners weren't happy with the engineering of his engineer, weren't happy with my engineering, would hire a third party that would be independent. And that was our main reason for going with Half and Associates. Let's hire a firm that had no ties with him, or I guess they would have ties with the city because it was our Economic Development Corporation that was funding it. But the whole purpose of them doing the study was, if indeed there is no impact, his development meets the criteria of their study, has no negative impact, quite honestly, I want that letter. Because that's the proof that I would have to my residents that, look, it's not just my engineering. But if he's asked for the letter, they're reluctant to give it. They haven't called me. It tells me that maybe such is not the case.
I have the tape recording in my truck outside. It's not that it's admissible in a court of law, but it is what they told me, and you can feel my frustration for me to call them and say, I've waited a year, I got it. Tell me the effect on Salona Heights, because I know that's people's house. And if they said, Buck, you're messing them up, I'd do something about it. I said I wasn't. I have it in the truck. So.
Mr. Torres, anything further? Councilmember Williams, and then when Councilmember Williams is finished, we have 2 speakers, Mr. Ray Eklund and Mr. Randy Hafley, and we'll go to those gentlemen, please.
We paid these engineers $10,000. Someone did.
No, this was a different study, and I don't remember what the cost of this study was. I think it was about $4,000, $6,000.
And who paid that?
the Economic Development Corporation.
And what we got was a possible maybe.
We haven't released the study yet.
Yeah.
So, but the intent of the study was exactly that, so that Mr. Avanzini and all the other property owners on the west side of Weaver, we could tell them how to develop. So they have not told us that for him to raise the rear of his property and drain to the streets the answer. So in the absence of that, I'm not.
A question I have for Mr. Avanzini, they asked it earlier and you didn't get a chance to address it, was have you approached economic development about this?
I called him, and I think it was Mr. Flynn.
It's right there on the third row.
I spoke with him. I said, we'd like to get some dollars for that, and we would be willing to do some engineering, pay for the engineering, and donate the land to run that easement through there. And I think, and tell me if I was wrong, I think I was told we spent already a lot of money on that survey, and we really don't want to spend any. We don't got any more money to spend on that problem we're having right now. Is what they said to me. Was what Mr. Flynn said.
I have no
We
idea.
called him 4 times, and finally he got back to me.
I have no idea who you are other than just your name and your background, and I know you have 4 acres. I have no idea what you give for the 4 acres. But water runs downhill, and you've got a water problem from upstream of you. So I don't know what needs to be done. Somebody needs to get with the school system. Everybody's, well, what the school system, they want to do anything. They need to do a retention pond. We've got 4 acres that we can't develop, and we don't get near the tax the school does. So we need to get with the school, get working with them, figure out some way to get this water off in people in Salona and get him developed. I don't know how we need to do it. We don't need to wait another year and 8 months to do it. It's ridiculous to take this long to do it. That water, it hasn't turned anywhere in a year and 8 months. It's still coming from the same place. So I don't know if we know to take, you may have to take the measures. You may have to get your attorney and go against the school and try to get part of that water off them.
I'd like to not get any attorneys involved. It's just not the nature how I operate. But I hate getting down to that. I hate getting down to a year ago. We said if we wait, we get this answer. I've got the report right in front of me. It says the conclusions. It says how to remove a quarter of the water out. It says that box will not take any more water. And I'm not a physical engineer, but I did read it, and I know what it says. And it's
Anything further, Councilmember Williams? Mr. Flynn, did you need to make a comment?
I can respond to the comment made about economic development assistance, if you like. The only comment that I made to Mr. Avanzini was the fact that we did pay for the study and that there is a limit on the dollar amount that can be spent on any one project, but that he's welcome to apply if he'd like to. And I think the day that I talked to him, I was in Mr. Plitzka's office. We had him on the speakerphone. We were talking about his need basically to respond to the DRC comments, and that this could certainly be addressed in that context. We didn't give him any indication that we wouldn't be willing to consider it. And as far as the number of calls, I got 1 call. He may have called several offices within the city before he talked to me, but I returned the call on the same day I got it.
Okay, Councilmember Fowler, and then we'll go to Mr. Eklund, and then to Mr. Hafley.
Mr. Flynn, what determines the amount of funding or a revenue source that on the economic development? I mean, if we've got Six Flags wanting to move over here and it costs us 3 times the amount, would we not spend it or Sam's per se? I mean, what?
We have an economic development assistance grant, and it has a policy, and in that policy there's a dollar amount that's been established.
It's governed by state law or governed
No,
by?
it's governed by the fact that the EDC passed that.
Okay.
EDC sets their own guidelines.
Anything further, Councilmember Fowler? Mr. Eklund, I believe you filled out a speaker's card, 2532 Oakwood Terrace.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Just wanted to review that we were here probably 6 weeks ago talking about this. There was a number of citizens here, and I think I'm a property owner down there in Salona Heights as well. And we all understand the need for development in the city and responsible development, and that's what I hear coming out of the staff and the people here. I would just like to bring forth a couple of comments. The water, his property, probably even before he bought it, carried the water across from the school district and all that other stuff to the street. As he began his development to put the additional dirt in there to raise the buildings up, that's going to start stopping that. That's where the problem comes in. While the engineering study from the Half Associates may in fact say that his water is going the right way, we're back to he's blocking the other water. Right? We're very concerned about that. We can't take any more water down there in Salona. I mean, I personally spent 45 minutes stuck in a truck, waiting to get floated off last time. Developers have a responsibility. They got a responsibility before they buy the property to do due diligence, they call it, and they buyer beware. The old statement, kind of figure this out and look, bring your engineers then before you even put your money down. Okay? I like the idea of putting the pipe underneath, and if it's an economic development thing, I don't know all how that committee works, but I do remember several years ago on the north end of town when they wanted to cover up the open trench up there, we spent Haltom City dollars to help that developer improve that channel, which would help his development. And we used machines and stuff up there at that time. So those are all things we need to consider. Certainly we need to meet with the school. I understand his concern about the time limits. I don't know when we should start that, but we should certainly do the things that we've been suggesting tonight. But as it sits, it seems that it has to be denied and maybe come back. This is where we were 6 weeks ago. On behalf of the Greenwoods and the Isabel family and the Thompsons and all those other folks down there, the value of the businesses coming in up there won't mean a darn thing, when their houses get flooded. And the economic value we're going to lose in that neighborhood because you won't be able to sell anything. Fear is a big thing, and fear of flooding is a big thing, and people is going to hold the property values down until we get this under control through our $10,000 study or the other study, right? And controlling this development here so that this is all going right. So I think we're on the right track. I think it would be disadvantageous for us to move forward with this plat tonight with the information that we've been given. And I hope the council will please not allow this development to go through without these things being settled. We've been down here weeks, many different times making people do stuff, and this is a big deal. So maybe we ought to wait till the thing's in concrete, till it's down on paper, and everybody's agreed to it before we go forward. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from Mr. Eklund? Mr. Hafley, 2606 Perkins.
I'm Randy Hafley, and my business address is 6333 Airport Freeway here in Haltom City. We've owned property over on Weaver Street since, I guess, about 1971, so we actually got there before Salona was even built completely out, although, as I recall, it was underway. So I can kind of give you a history of that area. The water did originally go diagonally across these properties out to Weaver Street, and basically each property, because of the farmers' fence rows across there, channeled its own water out to the street. When we developed down there, we were careful to take our own water out the street, not block the flow of anybody else. And then along came Mr. Chisholm a few years later, did put in some fill, and that became the beginning, possibly, of Mr. Avazzini's problem, because, in effect, he built a dam across there. And this is a picture of the dam created by his building. Mr. Avazzini has said the water goes around the back of his building and or around the back of his property, and that's quite possibly true now, but that's because David Chisholm dug a ditch around there after he dammed up Mr. Avazzini's water, and that's where it runs. And here's a picture of the ditch. It didn't used to run around there. Mr. Avazzini has impacted it by putting dirt on the property also, which causes the water to stand, and when it rises to a certain level, it will run out. Lastly, the water that's coming off the school ground is severe, and it's severe enough to gouge out the fill Mr. Avazzini's put in there and send it down on us or into your storm sewer system. But it's certainly evidence that the water is wanting to take a course through there.
Mr. Hafley, if I could, one quick question. When was this picture taken? What is a date?
It's probably, it may say on the back,
It
Mayor,
doesn't?
it'd be in the springtime of this year.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think it was immediately before the last meeting, which I guess was April or May.
Go
of this
ahead.
year. When we found out that we might be impacted by this, we were in agreement to hire half an associates, because when Chisholm did his development and we agreed to take some of his water across our property, it was because of a study. The only way that we allowed our infrastructure to be torn out and give up more ground than he did to take that water between our buildings was because of a deal brokered by the city with the blessings of the city with half an associates who we had worked with previously on the flood issues from 1990, I guess it is, when we found out we're in the floodplain here. And at that time, half an associate study said, and I quote, "It is also our understanding that as new properties are developed and platted north of our tract and Mr. Chisholm's tract, that the intercepted," and the key word here is intercepted, "runoff will be diverted in an easterly direction towards Weaver Street. This future stormwater diversion will reduce the runoff reaching the proposed flume." So at that point in time, what we were told by the engineers hired by all concerned and the same firm that the city has now hired is that everybody would deal with their water kind of on a terrace basis going up the street, and it would be turned towards Weaver Street. And this was before the box culvert was put into Weaver Street. Weaver was designed at about the same time, but nevertheless, this is the letter that went to the city engineer, and that's the basis of our understanding. The city has now hired half an associates, and we favor that. It's apparently different engineers within the firm, but the two reports seem to kind of be at odds with each other, and right now nobody has explained to us, if you said X in 1997, why are you changing now? We don't know. And until we know, we think that the water is going to come rolling down the hill. As we said last time, there's 34 acres that drain into this, and it's going to force it into Isabel, Greenwood, and the other gentleman's yards for sure, and I don't know the names of the people up the hill from that, but I just don't think it will handle it. I don't think it will impact my particular development substantially, other than I might get sued by those homeowners who might think that I'm contributing to putting the water on their property. I think they need the relief more than I do, but I do know that it's never been my impression that that channel between myself and Chisholm could ever handle all the water coming down the hill at it. That letter doesn't say that. It said it would be stopped before it got there.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Hafley? Thank you, Mr. Hafley. Gentlemen, we have before us this request for approval of this final plat. You have heard the presentation by the staff. You've had an opportunity to ask questions. You've had individuals speak, including Mr. Avanzini, and had an opportunity to question him. We're now in line for a motion. The options, as I understand it, that the council has at this time is to approve it, is to deny it, or to continue it. But if we do choose to continue this to a later date, it has to be with Mr. Avanzini's consent. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney? Are those the three options we have?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay. Any comment, Mr. Torres, before I call for a motion?
Not for me, Mayor, no.
I'm in line for a motion with regard to item number 16. What is the will of the council? Councilmember Williams?
Mr. Mayor, it'd be kind of hard to do one of those, make a motion to continue it without knowing whether or not Mr. Avanzini would want to continue it. So I think that's a question we'd have to ask him before we pick between.
That is correct.
Between the three. I'm sorry to bother you again.
I'd be happy to continue it, but I'd like to know what the parameters are of where we're headed. Because I just want to know, we're continuing it for what? I mean, what's going to be the deciding factor in this issue? I mean, do I have to get a physical engineer? Or?
If I could add, the plating process is, for my department and for the engineering department, is a receive and evaluate system. We are counting on him to send us the information in order to evaluate it. The last tabling, the situation was we had a very short period of evaluation. I'm suggesting, and with all due respect to Mr. Avanzini, that if he agrees to a period, that he address this issue of this late submittal of this information that we have to evaluate before we bring it to council.
What period of time would you be looking at?
Well, this last time we agreed for 30 days, and we got it, well, when I wrote the report, which had to be so that you could have your packets, we did not have the proper information. So that was, the council meeting was tabled on May the 13th. We received this towards the middle of June. Therefore, I would like to suggest that take into consideration this evaluation process. We have other items on the plate. I rely on the engineering department for this. They have a lot of items on the plate that before he agrees to this, he take in consideration that he gets this to us in due process.
What kind of time frame are we comfortable with?
We need 10 days of review. 10 days of review at least. 2 full work weeks.
So if we would extend it like 45 days, would that be too long? Would that be?
I'm asking him. It's his higher hand.
Let me answer that. The staff gives me an approval in that meeting we were at 2 months ago. They say it's approved. So I go to the meeting, and then you guys put on their plate, you need to read the report and have a summary of it now at our next meeting. Fine. So then on the 16th, they wrote a memo to me, and I didn't receive it in the fax date on here until the 20th, that I need to go get all this engineering. Something that they said I'd already been approved. I was headed down the road. If you guys would have approved it that last night, that 23rd, it'd have been a done deal. But then they put that on my plate. Then I start running to get it done. I got to get my engineer. I got to get him online. I got to do all that stuff. They told me the date he had to have it. I got it to him on the date they said I had to have it. That's why I didn't hit the meeting 2 weeks ago. I hit the meeting tonight because I did not have it to him whenever early enough. But what I need to know is, if I'm going to go to a meeting again, and this study right here by half, if I read it, and if I picked it up and looked at it, and it says the overland water, it made a summary. It's got 2 different situations. It's got where the water's going now, and it's got where the conclusion is if they'll take it across the land. Like Mr. Hafley said, that letter stated, if everyone will catch the water, intercept the water as they comes across their property and move it to the street, whenever that becomes available for someone to do, they ought to do it. It's not available to me there. The water won't run uphill. So their half's a summary of that whole deal was for me to take my water to the street, and that's the best thing for that situation. So if they want me to get something different, I waited a year for that. I waited them to say what to do for a year. Now I said I'll do it. Now, if I got to wait a month to tell them, what am I going to say? That I'm going to do something different than what they said? Because they said that that culvert that the staff recommended that runs into that box culvert will not work. And if I need to bring an engineer in 2 weeks, I'll bring an engineer in and he'll show you. He can read it and he can show you what they say, because if I'm wrong right now, Greg, tell me, does it say that this water...
You're wrong.
Okay, well, let me just show you where I read it. Let me show
He
you
doesn't
that.
have a study. The study hasn't been approved. It's a draft. What does it say on the cover? Let's...
It says final draft, okay? This
Okay.
is what they gave
Doesn't
me.
say final, has not been approved by the engineering department. I have questions and concerns with that report. I think it's senseless to be quoting from a report that this department, this city hasn't approved.
You see what I'm dealing with? It says final draft here. I've turned in final drafts, final draw, final. This final means the last one. And if they haven't approved it, that's fine. But we sat in a meeting here a year ago, and I said, whatever they say, I'll do. And at
I
that,
think, Mr. Avanzini, Mr. Williams' question is 45 days to continue this enough for you to address some of these issues?
I don't know what I'd address different, because I'm taking what the study says. Now, if they have to get something to me to state what this says, then you need to ask them that, because I'm going off what they gave me.
Okay.
I'm ready to make my...
Please go ahead.
If they could check with the acting city secretary, I think August 12th is the first meeting in August. Is that right? Do you have the...
August.
August.
Richard, right in front of you there.
Is the first. Right.
I would like to move to postpone this until, to extend it until August 12th. And let both parties get together and come back and hope that we can get with something that everybody can live with, and also these folks that have the property down there. We don't want to put water on them, but I would like to get it done right, do it one time, get it done right. I know you've been with us a long time, and I would like to see you go ahead and complete your endeavor. So if August the 12th would be suitable with you, I would like to make that motion.
I would be happy with that, but once again, I'm going to reiterate that if this study says what we're going to do, are we going to go by with what the study says? Is that what you guys are going to agree to, what these people say, the council, not these guys, but is the council going to agree to what this says?
Throw that to the attorney.
My recommendation to the council is to follow the city engineer's advice on this issue. And if the city engineer agrees with the study and that is the best solution and it's not going to divert water onto Solana Heights, then that would be an acceptable solution. I think it's getting late and a lot of this is cloudy in my mind right now, but as I understand it, if we're going to do a solution that is a win-win situation, it's probably going to entail having to have the council approve a variance to the city's drainage requirements. But what I heard your city engineer say early on in this discussion tonight was that he thinks there's a reasonable compromise solution that will keep water off of Solana Heights and still allow Mr. Avanzini to divert water into a proper drainage system over on Weaver Street. And the issue is, can we get there?
Then I'd stand with my motion.
I'm with your motion, but if I hadn't read it and I hadn't messed with it for as long as I had, but just knowing what they wrote, I just want to know if your answer is the city has, you guys are going to go with what they say over what we agreed to originally. I'd just like to know that right now.
My concern is that, I don't know what that report says, but if that report says that the best solution is one that will divert water on Solana Heights, then I disagree legally that that's the best solution.
That's not what it says.
Okay, and that's my concern, because what I heard the city engineer say is that your proposal would divert water onto Solana, and I don't think that's acceptable in this situation.
I'll tell you what, I'll just cut a lot of stuff out right now. Just have him show me right here, just flip to the page and show me where it says that. I'll be happy I'll be quiet and go whatever you guys want to do, but he can read this, he can pick it up, and he's had it for a month and at least a month. In the last meeting we were in, it was, let's let Mr. Van Nieuwenhuis have this report so he can deal with it for a month. Now, it's been a month, And there was a little lady here, and she said, "You've waited this long, why don't you wait a little longer?" And I said, "Fine." And if I was tonight here, and you guys said, "We're going to come back August 12th, and we've got somewhere we're headed with this," but we don't. Because this is the report, and if he can show me where it says that, or where I'm causing him a problem, but I don't think he's doing his job right. And I hate to say that.
Mr. Avanzini.
I just feel that I've done all I can do in this.
Mr. Avanzini, the motion that Councilmember Williams laid before us was to continue this matter until August 12th.
Okay.
Now, part of the purpose of that is to iron out things like you and our city engineer have just been discussing. Now, I'm not going to let this discussion go any further. What I need from you is, at this point, do you consent to Councilmember Williams extending this to August the 12th? I need a yes or a no,
Yes,
and then
sir.
we can
Yes,
proceed.
sir, I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Fowler, you had your light on. Did you have something in
I
addition?
have a question for engineer or staff. I'll just direct it towards staff. That'll
Yes, sir.
make it easier for.
Okay.
Do we feel like that, and I may be putting you on the spot, do we feel like, and I know Greg's been busy with it, that half is done in their part of it? I mean, they're supposed to be engineers and view the whole thing and come back and bring us some form of solution. Do we feel like that have we had time to review that, and do we feel like that they've done their job, or do we need to put some pressure on them and really force them to give us a little bit better idea?
I can only
I mean,
point
we
out
spent
to
the money, and if they're engineers and they need to, they need to take some of the burden off of us.
Right.
They've got a lot larger staff than we do. And if they've come with something vague, then we need to step back in there and tell them, it's time to do it right. Get us something solid.
If I could just add a third opinion. Eugene Payton on our staff, our floodplain administrator, today. I've seen him review the half draft many times. He has some questions about the half draft. That's why it is still a draft. He constantly talks to half about it. He is our floodplain administrator, and he has looked at this, and he has concluded with our city engineer that this has potential impact on Salona Heights, on several lots of Salona Heights. We discussed it this afternoon. That is a third opinion, a man with extensive engineering experience who has been talking with half on the phone and has been working with half and making corrections to this draft, which again is a final draft and not a final document. And I stand by Mr. Payton's remarks, I stand by the city engineer's remarks, and I have to rely on these gentlemen for the design criteria for the city's subdivision ordinance for water, sewer, and drainage infrastructure. And at this point in time, the documents that have been submitted do not meet those design standards of the subdivision ordinance.
And undoubtedly, I feel like anything we do is going to create some form of impact, whether it be positive or negative. My deal is if we've paid, or we're planning on paying Half and Associates to do a drainage study to help eliminate some of the problem on our staff, and especially as a third party. I mean, anybody can go out there and be vague, and then all they have to do is just point the finger at someone else. They need to give us something, a document, and they need to do enough research on it to correct the problem.
And I think we're getting to that. I really do.
Okay.
But again, this
And if you
document
feel like-
that
okay.
he's pointing at and what everybody's talking about is a final draft. It is not the final document.
Okay, as long as they're working towards that and we feel like Half's making that effort, then I can live with that.
Do you need to? Please go ahead. I've got a couple of lights on.
Just a fast question. I'm missing something. That draft that we just saw is a study paid by the city, correct?
Correct.
And it's not complete yet.
It is in the final draft form.
Why is it being circulated, and who's circulating a document that is
It is
not
being, I'm certain it's being circulated, well, it's only my understanding that the circulation is done from Half to our department for evaluative purposes. That is what I've seen in action.
But Mr. Avanzini has a copy, and he's already relying on it.
Probably from a meeting that he's probably had with my engineering department. They're probably all looking at it, and they're all talking on this issue. We are just feeling that the issue is not resolved at this time. There is necessary time needed here. This is a process. It is a unique process because of the unique situation of the lot. That's why it's taken so long. And this process has to be evaluated. Unfortunately, some timetables haven't been met.
Councilmember Averett?
Yes, sir. I was going to second Councilmember Williams' motion.
Okay, Councilmember Jennings, I noticed you had your light on and it's off.
I'm through.
Okay, and we have a motion and a second to continue this until August the 12th. And we have that with Mr. Avanzini's consent. Any further discussion on the motion? If you will, register your vote. And it passes with one negative vote. Item number 17. Is item number 17 something we need to also continue to that same time period?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 17 is relative to the passage of the plat and would need to be tabled.
Councilmember Averett?
Mayor, I make a motion we continue item number 17 until the August 12th meeting.
I believe, Mr. Avanzini, we need your consent to continue item number 17. Is that correct?
No, it doesn't require consent to, for a variance like this. Is that right?
No variance.
Consent's not required, but if he wants to address this, it might be good for the record.
Please.
Yeah, I would consent, and I'd also like to apologize to Greg. That probably wasn't for me to say, doesn't do a good job, okay? That's not for me to say.
Councilmember Fowler?
On line for a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue until August 12th. Will you please register your votes? And that carries 5 to 1. Resignations. We move now to item number 18, resignation of board members. Members of the council, any resignations? Councilmember Jennings.
I have no resignations, Mr. Mayor, but I do have an appointment.
Okay.
I'd like to appoint Ken Burton to place number 1 on the Minority Affairs Board.
Okay. Would you, gentlemen, please ratify the nomination of Mr. Ken Burton? And that carries by unanimous vote of those present. Councilmember Fowler.
Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to make sure for clarification. Mr. Jim White is, it's showing place 4 on the Zoning Board of Adjustments, or it's not necessarily showing a place. I'd like to reappoint if that is. I just need clarification on that.
Liaison to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, would you like to address council?
I didn't hear the question. Is there actually a place 4, or is it just, there's 8 places, but I don't know if it's actually by place for the Zoning Board of Adjustments?
Zoning Board of Adjustment has 5 regular
members.
Voting members, and it has 3 alternates. 6, 7, and 8.
He is Mr. Fowler's.
Yours is a regular.
Yours
His
is
place
4 is a regular
Yours
place.
4 is his voting
Okay.
member. and That's your.
Okay. I'd like to ask for ratification for Mr. Jim White.
Okay,
The Zoning Board of Adjustments.
would you please register your ratification for this nomination? And that carries by unanimous vote. Do we have other appointments? Okay, there being none, we move now to item 20, and that is attendance requirement. I think Councilmember Henderson is not here tonight. Councilmember Williams?
I had some board appointments. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I was
We'll
trying to
back
catch
up
you.
to item 19.
The city secretary has these on file. The addresses, I'll give you the name. One of them is for the beautification board will be Diane McGee. She lives on Diamond Oaks Drive North. The library board will be Loretta DeBose. She lives on Georgine. And the planning and zoning board would be Kathy Thompson, and she lives on Cedar Crest.
Okay, will you please register your,
We can do those all at once if you'd like.
I'm sorry?
If, ratify them all at once if it's all right with the council.
Yes. Okay, and we've ratified all 3 of those appointments. Any other appointments? Okay, the attendance requirement with Councilmember Henderson not present. Councilmember Jennings?
Even though he picked a terrible time to miss, I move that we excuse Councilmember Henderson, but it better not happen again.
Councilmember Fowler?
I'll second
What
that.
are we doing?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If you will, register your vote. And that is a unanimous vote. And with that, we have completed the regular items, and we move now to executive session as authorized by Section 551.071 and .072.
Have we got enough people?
The time is 7 minutes till 1. The council is reconvened in open session. There's no action to be taken on any item discussed in the executive session.